Try and move.
You got to take calculated risks. What if I hire the wrong person? You will. Like, I actually promise you, once you step into hiring, like, not everyone's going to work out. And that's not even necessarily says anything about the individual. It just might not be a good fit.
Welcome to the Think Media podcast. My name is Heather Torres, and I'm so excited that you're here for today's episode. This podcast, if you're brand new, we are here to help you build your YouTube influence and then take that influence and build a high impact and a high profit online business. And today's episode is going to help you do just that. Sean Cannell's going to be diving into a topic that we actually cover in one of our programs called Inner Circle. Shout out to all the IC fam listening right now. So excited that you're here. We're going to be talking about how to hire. Now, you may think this isn't for me. I'm not even there yet, but let me tell you, if you've got a vision for your YouTube channel, then this is the episode for you, because this is what separates those who can make it kind of on YouTube and those that actually make it happen on YouTube. So I'm excited for you to jump into today's episode, and then we'll do a quick recap at the very end. So let's jump into today's episode all about how to hire.
Thinking about hiring someone for your YouTube channel may have really never crossed your mind before, or it may seem super out of reach. Like, when are you ready to hire? What are the details of actually finding someone to hire? How much should you pay them? And I'm excited to get into those topics because ultimately, when it comes to creating YouTube content, there's 3 seasons. The first season is the side hustle season. Usually, you're going to be doing this by yourself. I mean, you've got a job, you've got school, maybe you've got a family member or a spouse or a partner or a brother or sister helping you, but you're probably doing everything. You're wearing all the hats, you're doing everything all by yourself, and that's usually where most of us start. Eventually, we might move into the solopreneur season where now we're actually making a living. Maybe we don't have to work our job anymore. Maybe we're able to work on YouTube full time, but we still may be by ourselves. We still may be trying to wear all the hats, and in addition to YouTube, you're trying to build websites, you're trying to manage social media, you're trying to answer all the comments, plan your videos, build out products, find ways to monetize. It's a lot, but ultimately we need to get into the scale season. And that scale season is where we scale beyond ourselves. 1 is too small of a number for long-term greatness. So we need to start getting help for our YouTube channel. So I actually have 7 mindsets that have helped me because this has been one of my biggest struggles. I've been the Mr. Superman syndrome. I don't know if you've heard of Superman syndrome before. That's where like, I can just do it all. It'll be faster for me to just do it by myself. I'll learn how to edit. I'll learn how to make thumbnails. I'll learn how to do all that stuff. And I think that's valuable because eventually you can train others or figure out how you want to do it. But ultimately, I delayed hiring. I delayed delegating, and I had to actually rework my mindset, change some limiting beliefs. And so in a second, I want to, of course, answer the question, when should you hire someone to help with your YouTube channel? But I think we should start with these 7 mindsets and commitments. And number 1 is this: I will commit to growing as a leader and building a team. I think that'll serve you. Even if you've never thought about that before, that today you would say, you know what? I am going to commit to grow as a leader. Well, let's attack that. Do you think of yourself as a leader? Maybe you've never thought of yourself as a leader before. I believe that making a commitment to being a leader, growing as a leader, learning leadership, and thinking about the power of leadership in your life. Because listen, as you grow in a leader, you're going to be a better friend, you're going to be a better spouse, you're going to be a better employee, you're going to be a better person to all those around you. But ultimately, it is going to be a skill set that you need if you're ever going to have a team. Or if you're ever going to keep a team. You may be able to hire a team, but they won't stick with you because you've never developed those leadership skills. So even if you actually don't make your first hire for 1 year, even if you don't make your first hire for 5 years, you want to start working on leadership today. And secondly, I will commit to building a team. Even if you don't actually hire your first person for 3 years, you should start growing and thinking about and shifting your mindset towards, I need to build a team. That was one of the initial commitments I made. I started reading books on teamwork, started studying teamwork, started studying leadership years before I actually ever hired somebody. I started to immerse myself to say, man, how I was a team member. You can learn a lot being on a team. You can learn a lot being an employee, being in an organization, being an intern, studying and just absorbing details from around you. But one of the reasons why you want to commit to growing as a leader is because of what's called the law of magnetism. Who you are is who you attract. Now listen, you can hire a VA or maybe someone that edits some videos and you send them the files in Dropbox, or use something like VidChops, which is a service that'll help you edit videos. Chances are your leadership abilities aren't going to make or break that relationship. But someday, if you are really going to build a healthy team, who you are is who you attract. If you say, man, I just can't find good people. Well, are you a good person? I just can't find people that are healthy. I seem to have toxic people all around you. Well, sometimes you got to look in the mirror. I mean, the law of magnetism would say, well, maybe you're toxic. I mean, I hope you wore your steel-toed boots today because you didn't know I was going to step on your toes. But ultimately, the law of magnetism. So all this is a commitment that I want to grow because I want to attract good people, ambitious people, creative people, people that value excellence, people that are pursuing world-class people. And so, number one, I'm just making this commitment. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. And so don't just judge your life and your YouTube channel by one chapter of the book. Like, where are you going to be in 5 years? Where are you going to be in 10 years? It's going to serve you to commit to becoming a leader and growing as a leader and building a team today, even if it doesn't unfold for a while. Number two, I will slow down so I can ultimately speed up. The problem with hiring, it may not just be money, but I'm sure that's one of the challenges, right? But it may be, I just don't have any time to actually hire anyone. I just don't have any time to actually look for someone to hire. And if I hire somebody, I don't have any time to train anyone. I don't have any time. Listen, make a commitment. I'm going to slow down so that I can ultimately speed up. The reality is, your life's not going to get any simpler. The demands of growing a YouTube channel, a YouTube business, a content business, being a YouTube entrepreneur, it doesn't actually get any simpler. There's only going to be more things to do tomorrow. You were already trying to do one video a week. Now you're doing a video a week, a live stream a week, a video podcast a week, and now you feel like you need to do YouTube shorts. Things are just going to get more complex and there's going to be more things to do. So are you planting seeds today for the harvest that you want to reap tomorrow? That effort should be invested in ultimately building a team or putting some systems or even, and remember, a team might be a service. Again, a team might be just delegating editing to something like VidChops, and we'll link up some show notes and resources in this episode. That's a great, service that you can Dropbox your files to, and they'll start editing your videos for you. Well, what happened? You just recovered a few hours a week. You might hire a virtual assistant on a website like Upwork.com, and they help you do some email inbox management for 5 hours a week. You're regaining your time, but listen, it's going to take you slowing down to train them, onboard them, figure it out. It's not perfect at first. It will actually go slower at first, and this is why most don't do it. You start working with an editor, you send them the footage, they send you the video back, you go, they couldn't read my mind. Forget it, I'm just gonna edit it myself. Of course they can't read your mind, dude. You actually have to take some time to slow down, hear me, so that ultimately you can speed up. And we talked about this in a past podcast, there's a mantra for the Navy SEALs. They have a philosophy that slow is smooth and smooth is fast. So actually sometimes going slower in this frantic social media culture actually means you're speeding up. Just being busy does not mean you're being effective. Slow down. What really matters? How can you build systems and a team, a few people, a part-time contractor, some systems and services that'll help you just automate some of the things that you're doing so that ultimately you can speed up and see more revenue coming in, more subscribers coming in, more views coming in. Number two, I will slow down so that I can ultimately speed up. Number three, I will delegate and not dump. On the journey of building a team and hiring, this is where people fail. First of all, they don't slow down to actually train the person. Then they actually maybe finally go, okay, I'm gonna hire that editor. Again, they're just gonna read my mind. So what I'm gonna do is just dump everything on them. All right, here you go, good luck. And you actually don't properly delegate. A lot of entrepreneurs and YouTube entrepreneurs, especially in the early stage, they delegate, quote unquote, and then they disappear. And then they're surprised that that person didn't do it the way that they wanted it done, and that now it's like more frustrating. Well, hear me, Think Media podcast community. You're the problem. You are the problem. No, my editor's the problem. You don't understand. No, you are, because first of all, you hired him, so that might have been your hiring process and who you selected. I went with the cheapest person on Upwork. That's probably why their editing is so bad. But secondly, you got to take extreme ownership regardless. Because if you think everybody else is the problem, you've just given away your personal power. You have to say, okay, I'm going to take responsibility to slow down, help the person, or be patient in the process. Okay, cool. They turn in an edit this week. It's like at a 6 out of 10, but at least you're making some progress and having someone help you. Then you're like, hey, let's make these tweaks. And next week it's a 7 out of 10. The next week it's an 8 out of 10. You'd be surprised how much progress you can make in 1 month. And then all of a sudden you're like, man, I don't even have to submit edits to them anymore. When I've delegated editing over the years, work with multiple different editors, there's been times where I've written time code by time code, at 7 seconds, at 12 seconds, exact edit that I want done, typically in a Google Doc. Change this here, fix the audio here, do a little swish thing here, this misspelled here, this needs B-roll, this edit was super janky here, this didn't look very good here, this pacing felt weird here. And I wrote like a page and a half of notes to people, and that I had to slow down. But eventually, I'm sending no notes. And now I'm working on something entirely different. And we're at a whole nother pace. And that editor is also they made things better than I could have ever imagined. But it sometimes takes time, right? So you delegate something, you don't just dump it. Here you go, good luck. You gotta actually follow up with the person and inspect what you expect. Number 4, I will check my ego and trust others. That's my favorite one. I get it. Resources might be one of the challenges with hiring, but you know what one of the big blockers is? Ego. This is what I suffered from. Because here's my background too. One of the hardest things to delegate is maybe one of the main skills you've developed. Now, your background's probably different than mine. I happen to be a video editor since 2002. So YouTube, I did video production for my local church since 2002 and 3. And so I was in the very skill sets that I needed to delegate so that I could run other parts of the business. But ultimately, if you delegate something that you currently do, a lot of times you will be blinded by your ego and just thinking that nobody can do it as good as you. And that's just not true. But honestly, that's what I thought. And I'll never forget early days of Think Media when I'm in the solopreneur season. I've got enough money coming in from YouTube ads and affiliate marketing. I start working. It's paying my wife and I's bills, and we actually start working with a video shooter and editor named Jay. He wanted to intern first, and once he kind of got up to speed, then I started to pay him for editing. And I will never forget. I'm kind of mentoring him through that. We overlapped, through a few episodes where he'd watch me edit, and he happened to be local in Vegas here. So anyways, eventually he edits his first solo episode that's going to be released on Think Media. And you will never believe the amount of drama in my mind. I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I can't believe tomorrow we're releasing one of the Jay edits. I mean, I had watched it, he had grown, but I'm still like, that's not how I would have done that part. That's not how I would have done that part. Oh my gosh. And I'm like, today's the day that Think Media dies. When we release this video, the audience is going to turn and say, when the heck did you get a ghostwriter? When did you sell out? Like, when did you just stop even being a creator? Did you sell your creator soul? This is literally keeping me up the night before. I'm like, the comments are going to cancel me. Like, this is my end. It's been a nice run up until here, and it's all downhill from here. And so I released the video, and I want you to guess how many comments on that video mentioned that there was different editing. How many do you think? Do you think it was 20 comments? Do you think it was 15? Do you think 10 people were like, the vibe is different. Wow, the editing's different on this. What's different about this episode? Well, you're right. 0 people mentioned the editing, which backfired, because not only was I happy that I didn't get canceled, I was a little bit disillusioned that maybe I wasn't the hot stuff that I thought it was when it came to editing. And that actually, I needed to check my ego and trust others. See, we think a lot of things matter a lot more than we think they matter. Of course, you got to uphold your brand and uphold excellence and have standards and set that culture. But don't overestimate yourself and underestimate others. A lot of YouTube entrepreneurs stay stuck because they just never delegate, trust anybody else, and they don't check their ego. They just overinflate how good you think you are at whatever. Trust people. Trust others. Take a risk. Don't be overly judgmental when the first time they try something, not being able to read your brain, read your mind, or it doesn't come out. What you'll actually end up finding is that their skill sets will be amplified when you start sharing and delegating things. And that brings us to number 5. I will take calculated risks. Here's your fear, I'm guessing, with hiring, because this was my fear. What if I find somebody, I commit to paying them, Upwork.com, $10 an hour, $15 an hour, $18 an hour, minimum wage, local, $10 an hour, whatever state you live in or wherever you live in the country. Or maybe you're humming and you want to hire somebody that's $20 an hour, 25, whatever. What if I hire somebody and I pay them for 10 hours of work in a week at $25 an hour? That's going to be $250, and they don't work out. Oh my gosh, I will have lost that $250. Now, I'm not minimizing. I don't know where you are financially, but we have this thing in our mind, like, oh, what if I hire somebody and I literally work with them for 5 hours a week for 4 weeks in a row and they don't work out? Then just get somebody else. Like, just keep going. Like, you're gonna be okay. Like, you've been watching reruns of Seinfeld for 5 hours a week for the last 4. Like, you're not actually that worried about your time. I know your personal life because I spy on you through your webcam right now. Listen, like, ultimately, you got to take calculated risks. What if I hire the wrong person? You will. Like, I actually promise you, once you step into hiring, like, not everyone's going to work out. And that's not even necessarily says anything about the individual. It just might not be a good fit. Like, their vibe might not vibe with you. You might not vibe with them. It's not what you thought it was. It's not what they thought it was. You have standards. You give them a shot. They don't quite get to where you thought you wanted them to get. Whatever it is, like, you just got to go faster. You got to stop. And here's the worry. We're like penny pinching in the middle. Like, what if I pay a virtual assistant $10 an hour online for 5 hours a week? It's $50 a week. Let the money go, dude. Like, where's your bigger vision? Are you trying to build a 6-figure business, a multiple 6-figure business? You're not even playing the game mentally. You haven't developed the mental toughness to run a multiple 6-figure business if you're losing your mind over $50 in a week to just have somebody help you a little bit to help you get to that next level. I get it. I've been there. This is the things that have gone through my mind as well. But you got to take calculated risks. I'm not saying be stupid. The other extreme is like, you know what? I don't even have the money, but I'm going to take a loan and pay someone a salary and just hire them full on. I don't even know them yet. Like, you got to chip away at this. When you're building up your business, work with contractors first. Like, don't go in. Think Media didn't have employees until like 3 years into like multiple 6 figures a year. It's contractors, kind of like working, like today I feel like we just put on our big boy pants and like we have an HR department. That's like the last 3 minutes at Think Media. Like, you chip away at this brick by brick, take calculated risks. One of my mentors, Brett Johnson, says it this way: scared money don't make money. And that might actually be where you are today. One of the things that's holding you back is fear of spending some money on your business. Well, I don't know if I want to invest in Kajabi to host my online course and my emails. Like, it's just like scared money don't make money. So instead, I'm gonna start studying every night how to code. I'm gonna build my own WordPress site, build my own plugin to host the email. I'm going to borrow my brother's server and make my own email server because I don't want to pay for ActiveCampaign. I'm going to ask Jimmy from down the street to be my cameraman, even though Jimmy has bifocals and he can't actually see. And I'm just gonna, if you're rolling with that mentality, scared money don't make money. You got to invest in the software. Take a risk and hire the person, hire the contractor, invest in the online course. Why are you going so slow? Take calculated risks. Entrepreneurs take risks. Look it up in the dictionary. Look up the word entrepreneur in the dictionary, and it's somebody who starts a business at higher than normal risk. The word R-I-S-K is in the definition of entrepreneur. It doesn't mean you're stupid. It doesn't mean that you overspend, but it means that you got to put the money in, man. You got to invest in your business. A report studied that content entrepreneurs on average invest $10,000. This is people like you that want to go full-time on YouTube. $10,000 in getting their business started. And it takes them 26 months before they're able to support one person in their business. It means you got to have a vision. It means you got to invest. It means you got to invest in people. You got to invest in yourself. And you got to take calculated risk. Scared money don't make money. All right, the last two, number 6. I will invest in my business and I will invest in people. These are commitments. I will take calculated risk. That's a commitment. I will invest in my business and I will invest in people. That is a commitment. It's a decision to say, oh, cool, I made a few bucks. Let me, I'm going to go buy an Xbox. Okay, I'm going to go get into a car payment of a car that's beyond where I really am financially. Oh, cool. No, I'm going to actually reinvest, in my business at every stage. And I'm actually going to reinvest and invest in people. That's the power of the mindset of hiring. When should I hire? As soon as possible. And you should invest in people, not just because it'll help your business go faster, but because this is the purpose of small business. It changes lives. Small businesses are the hope of the economy. Why? You are helping others. You're helping others feed their families, raise their kids. You're stimulating the economy by creating value with your business, creating revenue, and flowing that revenue to other individuals and families. Being a YouTube entrepreneur is one of the best ways you can impact the world, not just with your content and your message, not just with the money you make, but the money you flow into economies. So you make a decision, I'm going to commit to thinking this way. I'm going to commit to investing in my business and investing in people. Here are some commitments. I will share wealth and success with others. How awesome is hiring? What a joy and a privilege to work towards that goal so you could share wealth and success with others. I will hire, listen, before I feel ready or before I think I can afford it. I promise you, you're probably never going to feel ready. When should you hire? As soon as possible. And you need to do it before you think you're ready or before you think you can afford it. Usually, here's the key. You hire for growth. Challenge is, a lot of times the growth isn't there yet. So of course you take calculated risks, but you gotta kind of lean into that. You're smart with it, but when you hire before you think you're ready, and you hire right and you're patient and you check your ego and you delegate but you don't dump and you slow down and train the person, what ends up happening is you're going to go faster. You're going to earn more. You're going to make a greater impact. And then it's going to build your confidence. So you want to take small steps. You don't take giant leaps. I do think it's smart to be wise and calculated, but you want to hire before you think you're ready and invest in people and invest in your business. And then number 7, and we have some final questions for when to make this jump. I'm committed to generating a surplus of wealth because I need money for the mission.
Running a creator business is overwhelming. Constant content creation, community management, juggling of platforms, and unpredictable income. There has to be an easier way to monetize through memberships. Enter Uscreen. Hands down, the best all-in-one membership platform designed specifically for video creators. We help you generate consistent subscription revenue without losing your mind, with powerful monetization features, easy distribution across devices with a branded membership site and apps, sleek video organization and streaming capabilities, and community tools built to engage and retain more customers. Uscreen gives you the power to connect with your audience like never before, and the VIP treatment from our team of experts on hand to help you every step of the way. To make consistent, reliable revenue while keeping full control of the brand and business you've worked so hard to build. Start your membership journey with Uscreen today.
Welcome to Newly, the way to get clothes you'll actually want to wear. Ooh.
These are commitments when it comes to hiring. It's actually a commitment to blow your thinking up a little bit, because sometimes, and I get it, our target is, I'm just trying to survive. In side hustle season, I'm just trying to be a solopreneur. Solopreneur season, I'm literally just trying to pay my bills. But I want to challenge you to just think bigger, because a lot of times we'll grow to the size of our thinking. We'll grow to the size of our vision. You know, if we're going to be thinking anyways, we might as well think big. And so are you thinking about generating, hear me, a surplus of wealth? And sometimes money mindsets hold us back on this, but it's not like a surplus of wealth so you could just be rich and like put a gold toilet seat like in your house or something, like something dumb. It's because you need money for the mission. And what's the mission? Whatever your mission is for your business, your YouTube channel, your message. And you need people. So if you need people, then you need to be able to pay people. So if your vision is just on enough for you, then you don't have more than enough to expand. So if you're expanding your thinking, then your commitment is like, okay, I got to be thinking even better. How do I generate even more money? And I know you're like, of course, Sean, I want to like, how do I make money with my YouTube channel? But I'm saying, how do I build wealth? Like, how do I 10x my thinking? How do I 100x my thinking in terms of generating wealth with my YouTube channel and shifting your focus towards so that we can make a greater impact. We can hire more people. We don't have to like double, should we get this email software or not? This website software or not? Can we hire this person to help us or not? Help us with branding, help us build something. Can I attend this event or not? Can I buy these plane tickets or not? No, this is all so that I can move the mission forward. I'm committed to generating a surplus of wealth because I need money for the mission. So when should you hire? Here's some questions. Do you have time? If right now you actually have a ton of time on your hands, then maybe you should just roll up your sleeves and get to work and generate some money before you hire. Second question, do you have money? If you have no time and you actually have money available right now, then you're potentially being irresponsible, because I heard Dan Sullivan say it this way: if you have a problem and you have money, you don't have a problem. Like, you've got resource sitting there that is ready to be deployed against the problem. Now, of course, well, Sean, you can't solve spiritual. I hear you talking to me, Lucy. Listen, ultimately, it's saying practically, and then, by the way, it's even biblical, you know, that Solomon wrote in Ecclesiastes that money answers everything. And it's not saying it answers like happiness, although I wonder if you have enough money, you know, money's not the key to happiness, but if you have enough money, maybe you can get a key made. You know what I mean? You just go to Home Depot. Listen, you get where I'm coming from. Money solves problems. So you've got money sitting there. You just need to take the time to actually point those resources towards somebody else, hire software to help, you know, or get the software, get the service, get the agency, get the individual, get the person. So do you have money? So do you have time? If you have more time, go use your time to generate money. If you have money and no time, then you need to stop doing things, or now is definitely the time to hire because you have resource. And then here's the final question. Do you have a clear role, and do you have a repeated task that is delegatable? Huge mistake people make. I want to hire, And I just need somebody to like do everything. Like, you ever felt that way? Like, if I could just hire like a person, like, I don't know, what do you want them to do? Well, I don't know. I'm so stressed out, like getting ready. Maybe they could like help me get ready. They could pick my outfits out, maybe write my scripts for the YouTube videos for me. Maybe they could like do the keyword research. And then, I mean, it'd be kind of cool. Maybe they could design the thumbnails too. I'm just like looking for a person, maybe, man, laundry's really hard too. So maybe like when I'm shooting the videos, then after they wrote the scripts for me, they could like do the laundry for me. And then maybe like they could like do a bunch of branded photo shoots for me too, because I need that for my social media. Like, we're freaking delusional, dude. Like, no, that is not a person. Like, unless you're Puff Daddy, literally Sean Puffy Combs, and you get like the dude with the umbrella that follows him around, like that guy probably does everything for Puff Daddy. But ultimately, he probably makes $250,000 a year or something like that too. You know what I mean? So chances are you can't hire Brentworth or whatever that guy's name is. So listen, do you have a clear role? Do you have a repeated task that's delegatable? For YouTube entrepreneurs, it's probably video editing. It's probably the thing that takes the most time. It might be customer service, because maybe you do coaching or consulting. You need someone to set up a Calendly, an active campaign or something, a calendar for you that like gets people on your calendar so you can coach them on Zoom, do consulting on Zoom, goes back and forth with them. You identify anything on your schedule that's taking your time, that's clear, and it's clearly delegatable, and then you go after that one thing. Hire that person, train them, get them going, get that automated, get that systematized, and then you can hire somebody else. So when should you hire? As soon as possible. And think about what that means. Like, it might not be possible at this moment, but I would say as soon as possible and before you even think you're ready. If you want a book on this, one book I highly recommend, we'll link it up everywhere, and definitely get this on audiobook or physically, The E-Myth Revisited, Why Most Small Businesses Don't Work and What to Do About It. Ultimately, this book revealed that 80% of small businesses, which is YouTube creators, YouTube entrepreneurs, are essentially small businesses. 80% fail mainly because they never build systems, and the whole business relies on the work of a single individual. E-Myth reveals that you can't do this alone. You can start it alone, you can even build it alone, but you can't sustain it and scale it alone. And so most small business owners work in their business rather than working on their business, and working on your business is where hiring comes in. It's where visioneering comes in. It's where thinking about the future comes in. And so I definitely recommend checking out that book. Get help, friend. I think it's time. It's time to think bigger, at least make the commitment to this journey to keep learning. And I also want to invite you, because this was just the introduction of really a masterclass we did in our program called Inner Circle. And ultimately in Inner Circle, we have two big programs at Think Media. One is Video Ranking Academy. That's our online course and community. That's all about YouTube. How do you grow on YouTube, get subscribers on YouTube, views on YouTube? How do you make money on YouTube? YouTube. It's all about YouTube. Eventually, though, how do you build a bigger business around your YouTube channel? Video Ranking Academy touches on that lightly. Our monthly membership program called Inner Circle goes in depth into that. In Inner Circle, we talk about taxes and LLCs and team and all those different details. And so if you're at that stage to say, I got a little bit of momentum, I do need to figure out this hiring thing. This was just, again, about 20% of our hiring masterclass. I need to figure that out. I want to avoid the pitfalls. I don't want to waste the money. That's the power of Inner Circle, is that you could avoid spending hundreds or thousands on the wrong person. You could avoid spending hundreds or thousands on the wrong software. And so your investment into Inner Circle, should you be ready, and if you want to check it out, thinkinnercircle.com is the website. The word thinkinnercircle.com is the URL, and all the information is there. And that's for those that want to scale faster. Go from that, okay, I got momentum on YouTube and I'm ready to go to the next level. And if you want the full episode where I really broke this down, it's really a masterclass on hiring and team. We have had guest speakers in there talking all about hiring VAs, their whole system. We introduce you to resources where you can just shorten your learning curve on that. It's a pretty powerful program. And so I definitely recommend, if you're at that stage, check it out. And thanks so much for checking out this episode on the Think Media podcast.
Return the stolen Butterfingers, or walk the plank. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger, ever.
Page, check it out, and thanks so much for checking out this episode on the Think Media podcast.
Wow. I mean, was Sean stepping on some toes during that episode? That was fire. And if you are part of Inner Circle, I hope that you've actually gone into your members area, because this was actually the last training that Sean did inside of Inner Circle. And get this, that was only a portion of the entire training that he did, all about getting help. We dive deep inside of Inner Circle on the 10 steps to building your online business. YouTube is actually just one piece of that. I think of it like this, when you think about that iceberg and then the water and then everything underneath the water, YouTube is actually just the tip of the iceberg. And inside of Inner Circle, we go deep into the 10 steps for building that entire freedom-based online business. And for this episode, we really wanted to give you a taste of what it would be like to be a part of Inner Circle. So if you've got momentum on your YouTube channel, if you have some traction on your YouTube channel, if you are ready to actually build the online business around it, then I want to invite you to join us inside of our monthly membership program. You can go to thinkinnercircle.com. We'll make sure to link it down below as well as here on the screen. And you can go there and register on a month-to-month basis, or you can actually save when you purchase the annual membership. We have so many members from around the world in so many different niches that are winning on YouTube, like Ben Azadi, who's part of Keto Camp, has built a multiple six-figure company and has been so involved inside of Inner Circle as he's built out his business. Nicole Eaton, who has built her entire online business around what we're teaching inside of Inner Circle, and so many other amazing people. So if you're ready to join us inside of Inner Circle, be a part of the IC fam, get discounts to so many great things that we have here at Think Media, get first access to things that we release, and to be a part of our Inner Circle, then definitely go to thinkinnercircle.com. Now, if you're just getting started on YouTube, this is maybe just a taste of something for the future. I recommend that you go actually to Video Ranking Academy first. But if you're already getting traction and you're ready to move forward, then Inner Circle is right for you. And like we do on so many episodes here, we want to shout out someone from our Think Media podcast. Thank you so much for leaving a review over on Apple so that other people can see if this is the right podcast for them. I want to thank hundreds of people who have actually already left a review. And I want to encourage you that if you are listening to this podcast and you've not left a review yet, then please head over to Apple Podcasts, leave a review there, and maybe you'll be featured on one of our episodes. Today, I'm going to feature Athena, and Athena just left a review in August, and she said, "This podcast will turn you into a YouTuber. By following the tips shared on this podcast, I have improved my skills and have grown my YouTube channel 6 times faster than ever before." Thank you. Athena, thank you so much for leaving that review and letting us know that your YouTube channel is growing. Oh, that makes me so happy to know that the information you're getting here on the podcast and over on our Think Media main channel is helping you grow and reach your dreams of growing your YouTube channel. Well, I want to thank you so much for being a part of today's episode. And remember that if you want to catch the next training for Inner Circle, you got to join us at thinkinnercircle.com, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Bye.
Are you ready to start or grow your YouTube channel? Do you feel stuck and need help connecting the dots? Join this free web class where you'll learn the step-by-step playbook for YouTube success. We've helped thousands of purpose-driven entrepreneurs just like you grow their influence with video. Register today for this exclusive training at thinkmasterclass.com.
Hello, handsome. And hello, random chair. Clean up with Apple Intelligence means goodbye, chair. iPhone 16e. Latest iPhone, greatest price.
Hold on. An Oreo snack cake? Yes, sir. Yummy, fluffy, soft baked? Yes, sir. I can have my cake and Oreo cookie too? Yes, sir. Oreo cakesters.
Thing though, if it's a watch history, if the person's into vertical gardening and you put out a video on the top 10 craziest moments from Minecraft, it doesn't matter if all the video performance is off the charts. That user has no interest in that topic, right? So this is how these things stack together. The YouTube algorithm is not just pushing your video to just anybody. It's trying to, again, get your video in front of the right people. And it's more about actually them understanding the user and then pulling videos that that user has indicated they want to watch.
Are you trying to figure out the YouTube algorithm? Is it a mystery to you and you just want to figure out what is this thing and how do I use it to my advantage? Well, in today's episode, we are taking questions from the Think Media community. We posted on social media and we grabbed your questions all about the YouTube algorithm. My name is Heather Torres and I am your host of the Think Media podcast, the #1 podcast to help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. I'm excited to jump into your questions and I want to thank you for answering them over on social media. We posted on the community tab on YouTube, over on Instagram and on Facebook. So if you're not following us on social, make sure you do that next. You can follow us at Official Think Media on Instagram, and then you can follow Sean or just the YouTube channel if you want to be a part of these types of episodes. This episode is also brought to you by our upcoming free YouTube class. I'll tell you more about that at the end, but let's jump into today's featured question.
So what even is the YouTube algorithm? Man, you know what's so funny about the YouTube algorithm is it seems like this super mysterious thing. Like no one can be told what the matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. Like if you don't take the red pill or the blue pill, then you're not going to get the revelation of this secret code inside of the YouTube algorithm. Is it the Wizard of Oz? Who's hiding behind the curtain? Who's working at YouTube pulling the levers? You know, is it ancient aliens? Like when you look at the angle of the Egyptian pyramids and you realize like that's how they discovered the angle of the YouTube algorithm. That's kind of how it feels. I mean, and you see different people's YouTube videos unlocking the YouTube algorithm, decoding the YouTube algorithm, the mystery of the YouTube algorithm solved. Well, is it possible to actually demystify some of the mystery around the YouTube algorithm? I think it is. And I think to the degree that you understand how YouTube works, you can then structure your content to please the YouTube algorithm Wizard of Oz, to make him happy so that he promotes your videos to the ends of the earth. And so there's a lot of data and distinctions in this video that I want to share with you, and just to kind of try to make something that's pretty complex simple. So let's dive into this. So what is the YouTube algorithm? Well, ultimately, it's a recommendation system that decides which videos YouTube suggests to the 2.3 billion monthly active users. So that's updated data. There's 2.3 billion people that have a Gmail account that are logged into YouTube that access the platform at least once a month. The viewership of YouTube is much larger because not everybody has that YouTube account. So the YouTube algorithm's goal is to serve up basically individual suggestions. It's trying to categorize, understand, and satisfy viewers. YouTube wants to win in the landscape of all these other options. You could be watching Netflix, you could be watching Hulu, you could be doing anything else, and YouTube wants your attention. So it's trying to make the viewer happy by recommending videos and suggesting videos to its users and viewers. YouTube's goal is to get users onto YouTube. And of course, to do that, that's from their brand, from the options of content, for you considering YouTube being a destination or even external traffic of some kind. But then ultimately, they want to keep you on YouTube. That's YouTube's 1-2 punch. How do I get you onto YouTube watching content? but not just for like a little quick 60-second funny cat video lunch break. How do I actually keep you on YouTube for hours, maybe hours every day, competing with maybe traditional forms of media or OTT type of stuff like Netflix and Hulu? And how do I actually get the viewers' attention and keep satisfying them with content? So this is why tweaking the algorithm on their side is so important, because if you keep getting videos you like, if you finish a video and it just plays the next video that you're like, I don't even know I wanted to watch this. Have you ever gone in that rabbit hole? Have you ever gone down like conspiracy rabbit hole on YouTube? It's kind of like Ancient Aliens, right? All of a sudden you're like, I don't even know where I am, dude. Like I this pint of Ben & Jerry's is gone. Like I just drank like a liter of Diet Coke and I am an hour and 45 minutes in to some really niche data about how Jay-Z and Beyonce are in the Illuminati. Like where even am I? I need to go up for a walk. I need some sunlight. The YouTube algorithm, it's serving you content. It's taking you down a rabbit trail. And so this is an important quote. The YouTube algorithm isn't trying to find viewers for your videos. It's trying to find videos to satisfy YouTube users. People really make this mistake. You'd be surprised how much algorithm blame there is. I think the algorithm's broken. It's my videos are not getting distributed. No, your videos just have really gone downhill and you've been repeating yourself a lot. Like, I just think the algorithm is broke. I'm being shadow banned. You're not being shadow banned. It's like your content is just not, is giving signals, people aren't clicking on it or they're not sticking with it in your average view duration. And I hear somebody saying, yeah, well, actually, no, my channel is getting shadow banned because in one obscure thing of doing conservative news, maybe, but you'd be surprised whether, no matter what your political beliefs are, liberal, Republican, conservative, there's massive channels that are on both camps that are crushing it all the time. Of course. Is there censorship? Is there? Sure. But my point is this. We usually are overly blaming the platform, blaming the algorithm, blaming YouTube, when, by the way, that's something that's out of your control. What is in your control is you controlling your own content. And the problem is a lot of us can fall into, in a way, being selfish. And we actually think the algorithm's goal is to find viewers for our videos. Like, my videos are so good, dude. My content is so good. YouTube's job is to go out and find some people for me. Where are my people? Where are my viewers? Where are my subscriber? Me. You remember that scene from whatever? There's like the birds. I think that was Finding Nemo. Listen, me. Like going out and trying to find viewers for your videos. That's not what they're doing. Listen, the YouTube algorithm is trying to find videos for their users. They're trying to study, and by the way, this is robots doing things. Like this, there's not enough humans in the world to even be able to manage every bit of videos that are uploaded to YouTube. So they have to create an algorithm to study what satisfies viewers, what do people watch, what is getting watch time, what's getting click-through rate. People fill out surveys, people click the like button, people leave comments. And they're just taking all these data points, trying to serve you better videos. And here's the thing, hopefully the algorithm is improving. I think it is. The more that YouTube understands you, YouTube wants to bring you videos. It's not trying to take you somewhere else to show you videos you don't want to watch. It's trying to discern your behaviors, your tastes, your preferences to say what's going to keep you on the platform for as long as possible. And if they can endlessly feed you content like the humans in the Wall-E movie, just sitting there, just constantly being fed content, I don't know if that's a healthy state. That's YouTube's goal, like literally 24 hours a day. I got endless entertainment here. I love every one of these. Keep them coming. I don't even need to go outside anymore. Like there's plenty of content coming my way. But hear me, YouTube's algorithm isn't trying to find viewers for your videos. It's trying to find videos to satisfy YouTube users. So how does the YouTube algorithm work? It works through their discovery systems. And the three big ones is YouTube's homepage. So the question is, what videos are on YouTube's homepage? The number one way you watch content is you log into your app or you get on desktop, and right there on the homepage, videos are being recommended to you. Now, think about this. Even if you're not logged in, You pop onto YouTube, and right there on the homepage, there's some options that they want you to click on. Think about this. You go to an Airbnb, a VRBO, you get onto the smart TV. There's no one logged into YouTube. You open up YouTube, maybe it's a fresh login, like no one's even been there. No data has been captured yet. And there's some videos on the homepage. It's an invitation to walk through door number 1. And after about watching 10 videos, YouTube's studying that IP address. They're studying whoever's watching content in that moment. This is why if you jump on someone's smart TV, I was at Kyle Anderson on the Think Media team's house the other day, and I jumped on his YouTube, and I was like, wow, sketch, just kidding. But I was like, wow, you get insight into a person's brain if you go to their YouTube homepage. Because he was part-time at a church. So I started seeing all these cool, like, different praise and worship videos, all these different, like, pastors he follows. He's into cars. I started seeing different car content. And I was like, man, this car content, he has a Jeep. He's getting different stuff recommended to him. So that content, how are homepages decided? We'll answer that question in a second. Then the question, what about YouTube search? So you ask a question in the YouTube search bar, what videos rank up top? That's another discovery system. You come with a pointed question to YouTube. How do I start vertical gardening tomatoes in an apartment? Boom, you enter that question, it starts a journey. So what videos rank up top? But YouTube's also listening to the question. So they'll start recommending you probably vertical gardening videos, because you signaled YouTube an interest of yours, whoever the person is on that side of the smartphone or the smart TV or the computer. And then what videos is YouTube suggesting a viewer watch next? The 3 big ones would be like your homepage, search, and then suggested videos. When a video ends, YouTube autoplays the next video. You watch a video about vertical gardening tomatoes in an apartment, probably at the end of the video, they're going to throw another vertical gardening video at you, or they'll throw like a Jimmy Fallon video at you, just like some really top level mass amounts of people maybe are going to watch this clip of the news or clip of a comedian or something else. But the question is, what actually gets suggested at the end of a video or as you're watching a video on your mobile phone?
NyQuil Vapor Cool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks Vapors.
So you're scrolling to see, is there anything else YouTube's recommending below this video? I might want to jump and go watch something else. Like, I kind of like this. Do you watch YouTube like me? You kind of got, you don't fully dive in. You got like your toes in the pool, but you're like, I'm going to click on this and watch this until I find something better. You're scrolling through suggested videos, minimize little video playing in the corner of your smartphone. You're like, I'm still surfing around the app looking for my next thing. Like, what determines what YouTube is suggesting to you? So one of the things to know about the YouTube algorithm is that in terms of decoding the YouTube algorithm, 75% of YouTube traffic comes from recommendations. And everything else, 25% is search, is external traffic, is other forms, niche forms of traffic. So tapping into YouTube recommending your videos and suggested in the homepage is the game. So how, Sean, how do we decode the YouTube algorithm? How can I get my videos to be recommended and shown to others? How does YouTube actually determine what videos it shows to users? One is watch history. So this is relevant to your interest based on your past behavior. So the first thing is realizing that the way the algorithm works is it's going to keep serving up videos based off that user, that person who's logged in, or that account, that smart TV at an Airbnb that's got like 14 people's preferences all mixed together. It's just a mess. Like, what kind of content are we watching here? Like, there's been 14 people. So ultimately, what is the previous watch history? Here's a tip. This is actually why it's super smart to position your content in proven and profitable niches. What do I mean? It means that you ask yourself, is vertical gardening a really solid topic that people like and watch on YouTube? The answer is yes. Are guitar tutorials or gaming videos, but even more specifically, and if that's true, here's another way to put it. Are people watching other content creators that are creating the content that I'm making? That's a good thing. Competition is not. Why? Because when that video ends, theoretically, you do a good job of creating good content, you'll get discovered because others are succeeding. Because there's a hunger for more content, maybe from different perspectives. If somebody wants golf tips and they find 3 golf creators they like, they're watching their videos, guess what that person's watch history is saying? They like golf. They want to watch golf. You bring something unique or different to it, your video eventually gets recommended to them. Those channels help you grow because they've already defined viewer behavior, and you put out something creative, something unique. You only need one video to start really getting recommended, and that could bring a stream of new discovery into you. So that's how the algorithm works, is watch history. And my question is your channel based around a clear interest that real viewers want to watch? It's just a matter of time then, if you put out good content, that your content will probably start getting recommended to them. Secondly, video performance. So YouTube pushes videos into the YouTube algorithm based on a couple things: click-through rate, average view duration, average percentage viewed, likes, dislikes, and viewer surveys. So these are the big ones, and some carry even more weight than others. But ultimately, you put out a video to YouTube. If they're going to show it to strangers, not subscribers, if they're going to show it to strangers, the question becomes, how large of an audience can we put this thumbnail and title in front of? Like, if we were to put it, imagine this. If we were to put this video on the homepage of all 2.3 billion active users' homepages. By the way, did you know that there's basically 2.3 billion plus different homepages? Everybody's homepage is different because it's based on user behavior, user preference, and data points. There's a lot of similarities, and chances are there's not a video in the world that everyone on YouTube cares about. Just imagine if they were to put it on 2.3 billion people's homepages, would people click on it? Would the thumbnail grab their attention? Would people click on it? That's thing one. And so if YouTube keeps showing your video to new people and new people keep clicking on it, then they'll keep showing it to even more people. But that's not the only metric. If then they don't just click on it, but they actually stay on it, average view duration and average percentage viewed. They don't just stay on it, they watch it till the end. Average percentage viewed. They watch the video all the way to the end. You put out a 5-minute video, massive amounts of humans on planet Earth click on it. A large majority of those people watch almost the entire thing, average percentage viewed. They click the like button, hear me, or the dislike button. Engagement would be equal in that case. They could watch all 5 minutes of a 5-minute video, be outraged, click dislike, but YouTube would say, well, clearly this person wanted the information. They're not happy about it, but it is still keeping them on the platform. And then ultimately, if you've ever seen one of those viewer surveys, and maybe you've never seen one, but I've seen them on my smart TV, I've seen them on my desktop, I've seen them on my mobile. Sometimes YouTube wants you to actually take a quick survey, they push it to you, and they go, did that video you just watched from Casey Neistat satisfy you? I don't know if that's the exact wording, and you're like, it did a little bit, it did a lot, it was super hot, man. I like that video. That was a great vlog, right? And so what YouTube is just trying to track is viewer satisfaction. And let's stack these 2 points together. If a video is the greatest video in the world, click-through rate off the charts, man, average view duration, incredible. People take a survey, they go, this couldn't have been a better video. I mean, this was better than a great steak or a great double burger at In-N-Out, man. This video changed my life. Or a great vegan falafel, dude. This video just literally, and with the survey, here's the thing though. If it's a watch history, if the person's into vertical gardening and you put out a video on the top 10 craziest moments from Minecraft, it doesn't matter if all the video performance is off the charts. That user has no interest in that topic, right? So this is how these things stack together. The YouTube algorithm is not just pushing your video to just anybody. It's trying to, again, get your video in front of the right people. And it's more about actually them understanding the user and then pulling videos that that user has indicated they want to watch. Make sense? So number 1, watch history. Number 2, video performance. Number 3, other viewers like you. So what you want to begin to understand is, back to the golf analogy, what YouTube is discerning with the algorithm is it's saying, okay, you have 10,000 subscribers on your golf channel now. And some people aren't even subscribed, but they watch almost every video you upload because YouTube keeps recommending it to them. What YouTube's algorithm does, and they write about this in their white papers about it, is it says, okay, the people who watch this channel so far, the people who watch your channel so far, what do we know about them? And based on your subscribers, based on the people who are actually giving you watch time minutes, even unsubscribed viewers, what do we know about them? And are there other users on the platform?
Hello, handsome. And hello, random chair. Clean up with Apple Intelligence means goodbye, chair. iPhone 16e. Latest iPhone, greatest price.
On the platform that indicate to us mathematically by all these data points that are also potentially going to probably like that content as well. And YouTube's really good at this. So it would kind of be like if somebody was into a particular kind of music. So you really like Drake, the hip hop artist. And so you're watching Drake's videos, then they could probably say, okay, well, there's other people who have indicated that they like music videos. But it's not just that they like music videos. What we know about this person is they like Garth Brooks and Blake Shelton. I don't know if we need to recommend them a Drake video. We could try it, but I don't know if they'll click on it. But if somebody likes Drake, they go, okay, well, maybe let's try to recommend them that new Kanye West video. And here are some other users who have signified that they like watching hip hop music videos. Make sense? So even though maybe you've never discovered a niche obscure rapper, that person's music video might start to get a little heat on it, click-through rate, average view duration, little likes, people like it, and they're studying viewers of all kinds, so they start to suggest that video to those viewers as well, and a video can go viral. It's the key to decoding the algorithm and getting your videos to go viral. A good book on this, that you wouldn't maybe even think of, is a book called Tribes by Seth Godin. And again, it goes back to this idea of don't go trying to invent a new community of people or trying to get super creative. If you tell me my YouTube channel is the only one in the world, there's no other YouTube channels like it, it is for the most obscure thing, and there's probably not even people who like this. It's so unique. I'm the most unique. Tribes is not about creating a community of people. It's actually about joining a pre-existing community of people. For example, do people listen to hip hop music and watch music videos of it? They do. And will they want to listen to hip hop music and watch other music videos a year from now? They probably will. Do people like to do vertical gardening? And here's the thing when you get into the psychology. I'm going to stereotype here, and you actually need to think in stereotypes if you're going to hack the YouTube algorithm. Are sometimes those people that are healthy-minded, let's say, is it possible that people that are into gardening are also into a plant-based lifestyle? It's probably pretty possible. Is it possible that people that are into gardening are also potentially into kind of yoga? It is possible. Are people that are into gardening, could they even actually have liberal, somewhat slanted views towards empathy towards the planet as well, which might even influence what news they watch? It's certainly possible. Could people that are into vertical gardening be interested in certain types of clothing brands or certain types of creators with certain types of ideologies? It's not just possible, it's likely. So to the degree, Seth Godin would tell us in the book Tribes, and of course we'll always link up the resources, and I highly recommend reading it. That book really just kind of goes into, okay, are you really clear on your viewer persona? Are you really clear not just on the demographics of your ideal viewer, but the psychographics? And are you understanding not even just the clear niche that you're planning your channel in, but like the ancillary mindset, like the surrounding kind of universe of YouTube channels that could have interest in those types of things. My friends, this is how you start to decode the YouTube algorithm, and you create videos that could pull audiences from adjacent niches into your world. Deep. Man, we're in that ancient aliens, bottom of the pyramid, secret treasure chest. There's a mummy. We just opened it up. Like inside, there's a gold chalice and a ruby in there. There's just some algorithm secrets. Like let's keep going. The final one is keywords plus performance. Another distinction of how YouTube works is keywords and metadata. Now, in 2021 and beyond, keywords are not some secret code that you just happen to national treasurer, enter the right, ancient, hieroglyphs in the right order, and then the stone door opens and you run in and you grab the thing and a giant boulder is following you. Sean, you're mixing references. Listen, keywords, it's keywords plus performance. So everything we talked about, video performance, click-through rate and all that stuff, but keywords still matter. YouTube wants to serve up, especially in search, but even in suggested, they want to serve up videos that satisfy the exact interests of people. So if you got like hyper niche, if somebody was really into keto, but not dirty keto, clean keto, and they were really into intermittent fasting, and they really got into some of the distinctions there, you being very intentional with your titles, with your metadata, which is your descriptions, tags carry less weight, but you might as well be detailed and specific, and all those details to say, hey, YouTube, I'm really answering specific questions here. I'm really reviewing specific products here. I'm really teaching specific skills here. I'm really getting clear in my keyword research, in my topic research, and I'm putting out content so that these videos can satisfy viewers that have specific questions. These videos can satisfy viewers that have specific pain points. And so if you want more on that too, that's what we talk about on our thinkmasterclass.com. Specifically, it's about actually how to kind of hack the search-based angle of the algorithm, which I believe is still, to this day, the absolute best way to start growing your channel. Get your first 1,000 subs, your first 10,000 subs. And to this day, Think Media continues to lean heavily into search-based content that gets promoted by the algorithm in suggested as well. And it leads to approaching 4 million views every single month, like clockwork. If you want to learn exactly how we do that, and we can unpack all of that, plus, if you want to see, watch over my shoulder and watch me share my screen and really break down in detail how to grow your channel with that method, just check out thinkmasterclass.com where you can see that. But again, watch history, video performance, other viewers like you, and keywords. That is how the YouTube algorithm is going to determine what videos to show users. And I encourage you, to the degree you understand that, continue to lean into that. I realize this has been kind of a heady episode, but you will really start creating better content that will start getting better results on YouTube. And as we land the plane, your action steps of the week are 2 metrics to improve. We've talked about them before, and they're super powerful. When it comes to video performance, what matters most? CTR and AVD. As we land the plane, 2 metrics to improve: click-through rate and average view duration. Because remember, the viewer can't even watch the video if they don't click on the video. If you don't grab them with the topic and the title and the thumbnail, it doesn't even matter what the content is. So you got to get that click-through rate up. Make sure you're subscribed to the podcast as we continue to unfold different tactics and strategies to help you with that. And then you can't actually, the video will not be recommended if you can't hold the viewer's attention. So click-through rate, get the person to click, and then minutes matter most, average view duration. Remember, get 1% better with every upload. This is some overwhelming information. Small tweaks lead to giant peaks. Make your next upload your best upload, and keep making those minor improvements. You're going to be shocked by how much progress you make on YouTube over the coming weeks, months, and even years by focusing on just getting 1% better with every upload.
Well, that answered our featured question of today, all about the YouTube algorithm. And remember, the algorithm is always changing. YouTube is always changing. Why? Because their objective is to get as many eyeballs on YouTube for as long as possible. So they're there to serve up to your audience. So your job is to make great content that people want to watch over and over again. I have some action items and some questions for you. And the first one really is, what analytics do you need to go into and study on your channel? Have you looked at your audience retention rate? Have you looked at your views and your clicks? Are you seeing what people are actually watching and where people are leaving? You know, YouTube actually gives us so much information. Are you using it to the best of your ability? And if you want to go deeper on how to grow on YouTube or what it looks like to actually start and scale a YouTube channel, I'm excited because we're hosting a free YouTube class. I'm actually hosting it for you. And so you can register at thinkmasterclass.com. I'm teaching you how to get to your first 1,000 subscribers and earn your first $1,000 on YouTube. And if you're an introvert, a newbie, or an everyday person, this is right for you. So make sure you register at thinkmasterclass.com. And at the end of that, we're going to tell you how you can join us inside of one of the fastest growing online communities right now for YouTubers. Thank you so much for listening to today's episode, and we'll catch you in the next one. Bye.
Jolly Rancher gummies. Made with huge fruit flavor.
I think everybody has like their signature LV shape that they love, and it'll obviously come in this new collab, but then you can add all these cute little charms and dangly cute things and personalize it and make it feel like your own.
Priority number one, serve others. Priority number one, be obsessed with making an impact on the end user. Gary Vee was breaking it down. He just said, do you think about the viewer first or don't you?
So I have a question for you, podcast listener. How do you experience continual growth on YouTube without the fake it till you make it strategy? You know what I'm talking about, right? Where you see these influencers with hundreds of thousands of views, or people on Instagram with hundreds of thousands of followers and 3 likes on their photos. You know, the fake it till you make it strategy. Well, in today's episode, Sean's going to get a little spicy. We're going all in on this one, and we're talking about what influencers don't talk about. My name is Heather Torres, and you are listening to the Think Media podcast. Welcome to this podcast if you are brand new. And for all of our returning listeners, I'm so grateful you're making this Tuesday ritual happen. Thanks for being here and listening. Well, like I said, today we are jumping into a spicy topic. We are talking about image and impact, and Sean's going for it. He really dives into, you know, the rawness of being an influencer and what it can feel like and how our image is projected on social media and kind of the pitfalls of being an influencer. I hope you take notes on this one, and at the end of this episode, we're going to recap some of the reflective questions that Sean's asking in this interview. Also, at the end, I'll let you know about one of our free masterclasses that we have up for you right now on demand, but I'll get into more of those details after the episode. Get your ears ready because we're heading into today's featured content.
So how do you stand out in a crowded marketplace? How do you create a personal brand that everybody talks about, where positive word of mouth spreads about you? And how can you experience continual growth in your business and your YouTube channel? Well, in this episode, we're talking about 3 commitments successful YouTube creators and entrepreneurs make that create unstoppable growth. We're also going to be talking about the opposites of these that will stop your growth, that will cause you to be stuck, or even if you've had a lot of success, maybe you're on a plateau, we're going to talk about how to bust through that. But I want to open with a couple headlines that I've read from a couple different articles and blogs. Here's the first one. Influencers caught out posing in fake private jets for travel photos. Right? Have you ever heard this? This is a real thing. So they caught people In fact, there's a service that is designed to look like the interior of a private jet that you hire, and so that you can show off your jet-setting lifestyle without actually having to be on a private jet. I don't know what this says about culture or influencer culture, but I don't feel like it's a positive vibe. Like the fact that people are actually paying for this, they're also posting it all the way on social media, they're not telling anyone. And there was some influencers, people were outraged. They're like, what, you're faking your jet-setting lifestyle? But here's another one. Teens are deleting Instagrams almost as fast as they are posting them. Here's part of the article. My generation is getting so much better at managing who we are online, said Bree Ford, a 16-year-old in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. There have been times when I've been frustrated with something and I'll post about it and then I don't want it up anymore, so I delete it. No one needs to see that if I'm going to get over it in an hour. And a new study found that over a third of young girls have deleted pictures of themselves online because they did not get enough likes. Now, what does that say? We're posting fake jet photos. There's services that'll let you do that. Meanwhile, we have young girls that are deleting photos as soon as they post them if they don't get enough likes, and that are becoming experts in managing their personal brand. Now, of course, we believe in personal branding, but I think there might be a dark side to some of this if the next generation is becoming their own PR company for just what they're posting on Instagram and Twitter and TikTok. But here's one more headline I want you to hear. Why are so many people still buying fake social media followers? Have you ever bought fake social media followers or ever bought YouTube subscribers? Here's the article. Would you be shocked to learn that half of Justin Bieber and Lady Gaga's fans are fake? And more importantly, would you even care? For the vast majority of us, the answer is no. The number of people and brands buying fake social media followers is growing. Paying for followers is a widespread act, and while purchasing followers is against most social networks' terms of use, it is legal to do so, and thousands of accounts are doing it. What do all these stories have in common? This kind of obsession with image, right? This obsession with how we look online, but maybe not who we really are online. This obsession with how we're appearing to other people and if we're getting approval from other people and applause from other people, rather than maybe making a difference in the lives of others. We're doing fake jet photos. We're deleting photos off Instagram because we're insecure if we don't get the feedback that we thought. We're buying fake social media followers to just boost our numbers for what? For just perception. But is there any real substance there? So what if instead of faking it until we make it, we committed to personal growth, to getting real experience from the grueling hard work of being in the trenches and slowly developing our skills? I want to just talk about 3 commitments successful YouTube creators and entrepreneurs make that create unstoppable growth that really speak to this kind of dark side of social media and YouTube culture. I'm not condemning this culture. How could we? We'd be hypocritical to be doing that, right? We're here on the Think Media podcast. Listen, we want you to build a powerful personal brand. We want you to build a powerful image online. We want you to get as many subscribers as possible, but I really believe that these truths will help you go about it the right way and not fall into these traps that actually keep many creators stuck. And the first one is this. We make a commitment to impact over image. It is important that we make a conscious decision that impact is more important than image. Here's a question for you. Are you focused more on impacting people or curating your image? Now, I'm not here on the other side of this microphone and camera, if you're on the YouTube channel with the Think Media podcast, from some pedestal preaching down at you. These are experiences I've personally had where, if I'm honest, there's been a lot of times where I'm way more obsessed with my image than what difference I'm making in the lives of people. How do I look online? Oh, how did I look in that picture? Are my clothes cool? Are they new? What do people think about me? What are people saying about me? My obsession isn't necessarily am I changing lives or impacting people. There's times when I'm just trying to curate my image. How about this question? Are you more interested in the appearance of winning or actually winning? A lot of people are more interested in just the appearance of being able to have a private jet, taking them somewhere, than actually building a business that would make it practical for you to fly on a private jet. Here's a question. Are you more worried about how you appear to your peers and competitors than you are with helping your community? Like, who are you fighting for? Are you just trying to I'm just trying to look better than my competitors in my niche and in my industry. I'm trying to just outshine my peers. I'm focusing more on my peers than on the viewers or my audience or my students. Have you fallen in? Which one do you fall into? And listen, if you make a legitimate positive impact in other people's lives, the result will actually be you will have more than enough followers, more than enough customers, and more than enough income. What am I saying? It's impact over image. I'm not saying image doesn't matter. I'm not saying you shouldn't do a photo shoot. Do an awesome photo shoot. Work with a great photographer. Learn some great photography skills. Learn your color palette. Wear your makeup. Do that thing. But just what are the priorities? And if our highest priority, this will grow your YouTube channel, is to make a positive impact in other people's lives, and we're more concerned with that than we are with our image, the result, we will always have more than enough followers. We'll have more than enough customers. We'll have enough money. Rather than thinking about buying followers, what if we thought about impacting a few so that our followers multiply because we're making a legitimate impact? Now, I read a book called Story Brand, really great book. We'll always link up resources. And they have an incredible insight for really marketers and business owners, but I think every single personal brand and YouTube creator needs to know this. And they say this. They say that the goal of many leaders is to get people to think more highly about the leader. Image. That's the leader's how can I look good? How can I sound good? How am I going to sound? Image. But the goal of a great leader is to help people think more highly of themselves. And in the book Story Brand, what they reveal is they ask you this question, business owner. They ask you this question, YouTube creator. Who's the hero of the business you're building? Who's the hero of the YouTube channel you're building? Most answer, well, I'm the hero. This YouTube channel is about me, man. I'm the freaking hero, dog. That's what it is, man. And Story Brand would argue, Donald Miller, no, the customer is the hero. The viewer is the hero. And when you get your brand right and your business right, your customer, your viewer, your audience on YouTube is Luke Skywalker. He needs to destroy the Death Star. And you are the guide. You're Obi-Wan Kenobi. You come alongside to help Luke accomplish his mission. Man, that's real impact. Now we all know Obi-Wan is the bomb.com, man. Obi-Wan's cool as well. But he's not the hero of the story. This is a major mindset shift. This is when we shift to the impact we're making is just greater than our image. I don't need to be the hero. I want to make you the hero of the story. Does that challenge you? Can you imagine if we focused more on making our viewers the hero? If we helped our viewers win on YouTube and it was less about us looking good and it was more about them looking good? The mission of an unstoppable business is to make the customer look good and to make the customer feel good. Even if you have an entertainment channel, your mission and obsession is to make the viewer feel something and feel good. Is it all about you or is it all about them? Question, are you cool with just buying followers or do you want to actually earn the followers from hard work and creating valuable content?
Now plane. Time to get to work. From the director of The Beekeeper and Suicide Squad. That's for slapping that woman. That woman was my wife. That's for slapping a wife. A Working Man. Rated R. Now playing.
We're going to start with phonological awareness. We're going to do.
I would hope to be remembered as a person that students rely on. They can come to my classroom. They feel safe. We can talk about other things besides academics. I really would just love to be that person for even one student. That would really be a dream come true for sure.
And I get it. Listen, if you've bought followers or subscribers, like, that's not really the point. Like, almost everybody has at some point in their journey because they maybe thought it was a good idea or thought it was legit or whatever. By the way, it's not. Our advice is there's just no reason to do it. They're bot accounts. They'll hurt the algorithm. It's not an effective thing. But again, you know they're fake, even if other people don't know they're fake, which, by the way, other people know they're fake because the engagement, it's all obvious. The engagement's not there. But what about the confidence that comes from the hard work of actually creating valuable content to grow one subscriber at a time, one real person at a time? It's about impact over image. Are you more concerned with your next photo shoot, making your website look good, hiring a PR company so to get the press logos on your website, inflating your subscriber count, even getting a silver play button, even getting a gold play button? I'm not saying that stuff isn't cool and doesn't matter, but I've even had conversations with people that like, yeah, my next goal is to get a silver play button. What if, and that's a great goal, but what if your next goal was to help the amount of people you need between here and the silver play button? Do you see? You'll end up accomplishing both goals, but your obsession will actually be that it's impact first, image second. And imagine if instead of worrying about your next photo shoot or trying to like make yourself look successful on social, your obsession was to collect stories of customer success, comments of change lives, comments of people being inspired, helped, problem solved, impact over image. Couple things before point number 2. Image is easy. And you might be like, no, it's actually hard to get the colors right. And like my last photographer, or whatever. No, but like, think about it. Image is easy. Like going and taking a photo shoot is a lot easier than actually changing someone's life. So by committing to making an impact, it's the hard thing to do, but it pushes you to grow because you might say, shoot, I got to level up so I can climb to the top of the mountain to capture the precious resources so I can share them with my community. Making an impact and committing to impact pushes you to level up. It pushes you to keep learning and studying. It pushes you to get stronger so that you can help your community with personal breakthroughs. Attention business coach, okay? YouTube creator, life coach, social media expert, YouTube expert. I have a message for you. You cannot lead people where you have never been yourself. And you cannot impart to people which you do not possess yourself. Now you might say, you might be faking it and doing all right for a while. Like you barely put your toes in the game and then quickly created a course. Listen, I want you to create a course, but I want you to be creating educational content out of the fact you've been there and it wasn't, and this happens way too much in our industry, and I don't mean to like kick the beehive, but there's a lot of business coaches, life coaches, social media experts, and YouTube experts that are leading people somewhere they've never really been. And the only reason they have subscribers is teaching other people how to get subscribers. Sean, that's kind of meta. That's what you guys do. Yeah, but before I ever did it, before Think Media was Think Media as it was today, I was on my personal brand. I was helping other people get subscribers. I made 6 figures in affiliate marketing around tech. And even before that, high 5 figures talking about gift ideas and other niches. Why? Because personally, I just wanted my impact to be bigger than my image. Number 2, the first one is make a commitment to make your impact greater than your image. Number 2, make a commitment to make service content and not selfish content. This is like another point of view of really kind of the same thing, but I want to tell you a story. So I wrote a book with my friend Benji Travis. Have you read it? It's called YouTube Secrets. And he actually was in New York City visiting Gary Vaynerchuk at VaynerMedia. And so this was back a little 2 years ago or so when the book had dropped. And he's in the office with Gary and he said, Gary, what's your number 1 piece of advice for new YouTube creators? And he said, here's what I see. He said, I see that most people are making selfish content. He goes, you wanted to go to Hawaii. You wanted to go to Disneyland and film your life. You wanted to be getting the accolades and getting subscribers. You want to work with brands. You want, which is true. And we're not saying those things are bad. He's just saying it's all about you. You're thinking about yourself first. You're not thinking about the viewer or making content that'll serve people. You're making selfish content, and the priority is not service. Another example of this to me is this whole idea of mission over money. You know, some people say that money is the root of all evil. That's not true. It's the love of money. It's when money becomes our first priority, that's called greed. And that means we start doing wrong things, even evil things, even things taken to the extreme that end up hurting people and not helping people. But money is not evil. It's just not the first priority. You need money as a tool to accomplish your mission. So it's just mission first and money follows. Zig Ziglar put it this way: you can have everything in your life that you want if you will just help other people get what they want. Are you making service content or are you making selfish content? Again, the secret is if you want some stuff, everything in the world you want, just help other people get what they want first. Just lead with service first. So answer these questions, like, who are you called to serve? And who is it that you help? It is my conviction that these truths are so needed in influencer culture. Influencer culture, I love it. It's the culture we live in. But I also see a lot of danger with it. I see a lot of danger for the next generation being kind of born into influencer culture. And sometimes we could just look like curmudgeons from the sidelines and criticize, all the influencers are just about themselves. It's all about me, me, me. Everybody, you know, even the attitudes. You sometimes hear brands get emails that say, can I please get a free hotel room because I have these Instagram followers, which is not necessarily a bad thing to ask, but it's just, the word is entitlement, that sometimes there's entitlement on this influencer generation or whatever. But here's the thing, we don't want to condemn the influencer generation. We don't want to curse the darkness. We want to light a match and simply say, listen, just serve people first. You can have everything in the life that you want if you'll just help other people get what they want first. So who are you called to serve? No matter, even if you have a vlog channel, right? If you're like, well, I don't really have like a business where I answer a question, no matter what your niche is, who are you called to serve? Who do you help? Do you help them relax? Do you help them escape? Do you help them learn something? What problem do you solve? And what ambitions are you helping people reach? Winston Churchill said it like this: we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. Wow. Hey, friend, if you want to bust out of the plateau you feel stuck in right now, become obsessed with serving other people. If you feel like you're not even getting liftoff with your brand, maybe just obsess over impact and don't worry as much about your image. Sean, are you saying don't do a cover image and like have a good brand palette and don't actually, you know, go out with my sister and do a photo shoot? Not saying that at all. I'm saying priority number one, serve others. Priority number one, be obsessed with making an impact on the end user. And when Gary Vee was breaking it down from his office in VaynerMedia, he just said, do you think about the viewer first or don't you? If you obsess about the viewer first, you're going to have a great career on YouTube and you'll continue to bust through growth plateaus. Finally, number 3, make a commitment to improving your performance over the applause that you get. Performance over applause. There's a book by Dan Sullivan called The Laws of Lifetime Growth. It's all about how to overcome plateaus in life and business and ensure continual growth. And there's multiple laws. I highly recommend the book. And again, we always have resources in the show notes wherever you consume the Think Media podcast. Both StoryBrand and this book, I think, are huge for busting through growth plateaus. But this particular law is stated like this: always make your performance greater than your applause. And he encourages us to make this commitment. He wrote, if you become more skillful and useful, you will receive greater applause from an expanding audience. So listen, I know we want the applause. We want the silver play button. I want more likes. I want comments. I want views. The number one question people have, how do I get more views on YouTube? Number 2 question, how do I get more subscribers on YouTube? Number 3 question, how do I make money on YouTube? Again, I think these are fantastic ambitions. That's what we're here to help you with. And if you become skillful and useful and put out good content, you will receive greater applause from an ever expanding audience. However, and he goes on, the problem is that the applause can be intoxicating and the temptation can be to begin to organize your life around other people's recognition and praise. So you keep repeating what you did yesterday instead of moving on to something new, better, and different.
Do you know Hobby Lobby has hundreds of incredible products on sale every single week? Just check out our weekly ad to discover unbelievable savings across the store and start shopping in-store or online at hobbylobby.com today.
It's easy to spot a Planet Fitness member. They all look strong.
Hey, thanks.
We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Locations near you. Judgment-free. Just $15 a month.
Are you stuck in a rut? Are your views going down? Are you feeling entitled, like your YouTube channel, you're like, well, it's getting great views last year, and now I'm posting the same videos, and my views are going down. Like, why are my views going down? Imagine if we asked it from the perspective of, is my content in a rut? Have I actually, am I focusing more on the applause, the views, than on my performance getting better? Creating something new. Going back into the trenches, going back into the gym to work out your YouTube content creation muscles, cracking open a book, turning on an audio book, getting stronger for the next situation, figuring out how you could be different, reinventing yourself for the next season, connecting with your community and asking deep questions so you can understand what they want to see so you evolve your content, getting back into caring about each and every individual and subscriber and trying to make personal connections with them to get those insights, going live for 12 people just to get feedback and answering their questions, shooting out an email to whatever email list size you have and say, how can I serve you? What's your biggest pain points? What do you need from me? Posting on social media to get some feedback so that you can innovate your content to be new, to be better, and to be different. See, you just got to make your performance greater than your applause, right? John Wooden said it this way, the famous basketball coach. He said, you can't let praise or criticism get to you. It's a weakness to get caught up in either one. What does this mean to me? This means that a lot of times, and this is very personal. By the way, so many of these episodes, they come out of my own journey where I'm struggling and I'm worrying about the applause. I'm like, what? But like, I got a negative comments, like I'm seeing criticism, or the praise. I used to get more acknowledgement and recognition from my peers or from people. They just haven't said anything in a while. Am I doing a good job? All these like thoughts swirling in my head. But he's saying, don't let the praise or the criticism get to you. Don't let the applause or the boos get to you. Whether people are clapping and shouting you down and giving you applause, or whether they're like, boo. Either way, he said it's a weakness to get caught up in either one. That's interesting. Because sometimes we might think, oh, well, the praise is good. That's affirmation that I'm doing things well. Maybe. Or maybe it's actually a distraction that's made you comfortable and you are not continuing to grow because you have organized your life around other people's recognition and praise, and it got you stuck in a rut. And I learned this, that listening to feedback is important. Like, I'm not saying completely shut your ears, because literally comments might be pointing you like, hey, you were very out of touch in that last video. And you were. So like, you need to actually have that feedback. Like, listening to feedback, reading comments, listening to even criticism can be helpful. But check this out. Listening to feedback is important, but feeding off it will make you sick. Wow. Applause can be dangerous. It's nice to get some affirmation when you've put in some hard work. But what Dan Sullivan taught us in the laws of lifetime growth is that our obsession and our commitment should just be to our performance. And if the applause comes, cool. And if the applause is delayed, which it is, and your applause, if you're in the sacrifice and startup season, the applause does not come for a long time. You need to be willing to not need the applause to determine whether or not you're going to keep building. You got to build regardless of what other people are saying. Come on, Noah and the ark, right? You got to have a vision and know that you've got a calling and that you've got an ark to build. And whether people are pumped, criticizing, jeering, whether they understand it or not, you're building something. And sometimes the rain doesn't come for years. It's not about the applause. It's about your performance. And if you feed off of praise or criticism, man, it can make you sick. I've been there. And I need good friends in my life to speak truth into me and to get me refocused. Sean, it's about the impact, dude. It's about your performance, man. Get back in the trenches. Start sharpening this axe. Start sharpening the saw. Keep working on your craft. And then remember that the applause is a byproduct. I thank God for the applause we've received, the external affirmation of the hard work we've put in. But man, and this is the trap, I see friends that have had some past success and their current focus is just trying to maintain the applause as opposed to getting back into the trenches to sharpen their craft. So what's your commitment here? When you commit to performance, you're committing to innovation and the evolution of your craft. Eric Ries put it this way, who's a startup expert. He said, the only way to win is to learn faster than anyone else. And that's that commitment to like, man, I got to keep learning. I got to keep growing. What I'm working today for what I'm doing, YouTube, my craft, my business, my service, my coaching, my course. It's working today, but I got to stay in this. And I just always got to make my performance greater than my applause. And listen, when he says the only way to win is to learn faster than anyone else, this isn't about beating your competition only. It's about serving and impacting people and adding more value to the people you serve. If you haven't identified your career as this, see, I know that I'm an infopreneur. I know that I'm in a career of thought leadership, that I am compensated for my ideas, that I'm compensated for teaching and frameworks and writing books and creating videos and educating people. That's my industry. I know that that's what I'm doing. Therefore, whether I feel like it or not, it is imperative for me to learn faster, not just to beat the competition and stay relevant, but in service of others. So, I mean, I built my life around also things I'm passionate about, but there's a win-win because when I dive deep into books and keep studying and keep going to conferences and keep investing in masterminds and keep investing in myself and keep leveling up, that passes that information, breakthroughs, personal breakthroughs, and I keep experimenting and not just consuming information, but doing tests and staying in the trenches and posting videos and not just being in the classroom, but actually being out there creating content, then I ultimately, that trickles down to making more impact as opposed to, I don't take notes anymore, dude. I don't read books anymore. I'm good now. I think media is successful, dude. Like, it's just time to chill now. I mean, we made it. Nah, we didn't make it. We never will make it. We're not playing a finite game. We're playing an infinite game. And so we're making our performance just greater than our applause. And thank God for the applause. And celebrate your gold play button and your silver play button. And appreciate when people are thankful. Don't get weird about it. If someone compliments you and you're like, don't. I don't want the... Like, that's not what I'm saying. Listen, as we land the plane, it's as simple as just making 3 commitments. I'm going to make a commitment today, and I want to challenge you to make this commitment with me. This is our vision at Think Media. We want you to be as influential as you possibly can be. We want you to be large and in charge. Listen, we want you to be famous. Like, see, these things don't make us insecure. Our value system is just where they are on the totem pole of priority. So will you make a commitment to impact others as a greater commitment than worrying about your image? Can you commit with me that we're going to make our service content and not selfish content and prioritize that serving others is the priority over our own needs? Because you can have everything in life you want if you'll help other people just get what they want. And can we make a commitment to get back into the gym, working out our YouTube content creation muscles and our online business muscles and our online marketing muscles? Because we're obsessed that our performance is just more important than the applause. We're not organizing our life around people's recognition and praise. We're just organizing our life around the calling and the mission and the purpose that we have, realizing that the image and the applause and the money and the accolades, they're the byproducts. They're not the main thing. And imagine a community of influencers that got obsessed with helping others win. Imagine and picture a world where our first priority was to serve others and make a meaningful impact in their lives. And imagine the business and legacy and YouTube channel you will build by prioritizing performance over applause. I can see it. It's the commitment we're going to make today. And I believe you're going to continue to crash through plateaus, dead ends, and stuck areas in the growth of your YouTube channel. When you make these your commitments, you'll experience unstoppable growth.
We got the house! Don't worry about the driving with Pods. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready. Then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Roku Ads Manager puts Roku's reach within your reach. Sign up at ads.roku.com.
Well, that was a powerful episode. Sean really got into it, didn't he, on that? And I wanted to go through some of the questions that he asked at the end. Imagine if we got obsessed with helping other people. What would that look like if they're winning and you're sharing their successes over and over and over? Do you have success stories to share of the people that you've helped versus just always talking about your own successes? Picture a world where our first priority was to serve others and to make a meaningful impact in their lives. I hope you feel that here on the Think Media podcast and at Think in general, that we really are here because we put you first. We are all about your success. We say we are obsessed with your success because we know that we're like a ripple effect. You know, when you throw a rock into water and that ripple starts to happen, well, Think Media, we're just the rock. We're just throwing it in. We're just disrupting that water, but you're the ripples. And we know that the impact that can happen in the world, the good that can happen in the world, the amount of lives that can be changed from the content that you have and the Think community has, that's going to be what makes a major impact. And so we're here for you for that. And then last, imagine the business, the legacy, a YouTube channel that you will build by prioritizing your performance over applause. This was something for me that I'm so passionate about, not only just helping people in general, but really helping women understand. Because a lot of us have grown up to be people pleasers. I mean, if we're going to get real and honest at the end of this episode, that's who I was. I lived for the applause. I wanted to be the best at the thing because of the reaction I could get from others. And when I started to look further beyond myself, really when I started having babies and I was thinking about the legacy that I want to leave for my children, it went beyond just what can I do, but it really went into how can I help others? How can I build something that's going to impact others? How can I do something, learn a skill that I can teach others to do? I hope that this episode brings you some clarity in your mission and in your vision for your YouTube channel. And don't worry, we're going to get back to YouTube tactics and tips, but this is why we have the Think Media podcast. We have it because we want to go deeper in conversations like this, where maybe it's just Sean giving an exhortation on this type of a thing, or maybe it's an interview, or maybe it's behind the scenes of something that we've done in the past that we want to bring to you. We go deeper in conversations here on the Think Media podcast, and I hope you appreciate it. And from some of the reviews that I've been reading on Apple Podcasts, I'm seeing that you do love this. This review today is from Love the Circus, and they said, awesome ideas. Love this podcast. I'm still learning YouTube, and in one podcast episode, you gave me many ideas and helped me come up with content for holidays. I am going to do the free masterclass and put it to good use. Well, thank you so much, Love the Circus, for leaving that review. And if you're new here and you've not left a review yet, I want to encourage you to go over and let us know what episode you loved or how this podcast has impacted you. You know, when you leave those reviews, it actually helps other people know if this podcast is right for them. So leave the details about the things that you're learning or how this podcast has influenced your YouTube channel. And I love how you said you're going to put that masterclass to use. We have a free masterclass on demand for you right now where we're breaking down the 3 secrets to success on YouTube. Sean shares a little backstory about how he was able to go full time as a content creator and really start to create that vision to to create the impact that we want to have on other people's lives. And at the end of that masterclass, we give you the opportunity to go deeper with us here at Think Media. Well, if you've not taken that masterclass, you can go to thinkmasterclass.com to register for that on-demand class. And I hope that that gives you a ton of value to grow your YouTube channel. Thank you so much for being a part of our Think community. It means the world to me that you would spend this Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, whatever day you're listening to this podcast. But if you're a Tuesday ritual goer, thank you so much for listening when it comes out. And I hope you share this with a friend. Maybe there's someone in your life who is getting into this space and you just want to give them kind of the pre-warning of what could happen as they grow in their influence. We so appreciate you, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Bye.
Not growing on YouTube? Learn the newest strategies for getting views and the best proven ways to make money at Grow with Video Live, a 2-day virtual conference. You can get your tickets today at growwithvideolive.com.
For just $9.99, try Domino's new Parmesan stuffed crust pizza when you carry out.
Sooner or later, God.
What have you done?
Sooner or later, gotta cut you
Self-awareness of your greatest strengths, self-awareness of your unique difference in the marketplace. And I know you might even feel insecure, and you might have voices saying like, I don't know if I have any strengths. You've got strengths, but you got to dig deep to refine them.
Have you ever thought about taking a personality test to figure out what type of YouTube content creator you are? I am addicted to personality tests. I've taken all of them. And in this episode, we're going to be breaking down 4 types of content creators that we see on the platform. My name is Heather Torres, and you are listening to the Think Media podcast, the #1 podcast to help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high profit and a high impact business. And if you're brand new to this podcast, we want to welcome you. This is where we go deeper in the YouTube knowledge, in YouTube psychology, and we really get into the meat of the mindset that goes into creating great YouTube videos. This is also brought to you by our YouTube Masterclass, and I'll tell you more about that after. So if you're brand new to what we're doing here, I want to let you know that your next step is probably to take our YouTube class. But Sean Cannell is going to get into the heart of today's conversation as he breaks down these 4 different types of personalities, and I can't wait till after the episode to talk through maybe what kind of personality you have on the channel. Let's get into today's featured content.
Have you ever taken a personality test? Maybe you've taken the Enneagram or the Myers-Briggs, or maybe you were on Facebook and it was like, learn your personality, or you click somewhere on the internet to take a test to discover yourself. You know, if you're curious and you know any of those tests, I discovered that I'm an Enneagram 3 and an ENFJ. You know, some famous Enneagram 3s, Oprah, Madonna, Muhammad Ali, Elvis. I'm not even sure what that means, but have you ever looked what celebrity is like me in a personality test? Or ENFJs, Jennifer Lawrence, come on, Katniss Everdeen's, plural, come on, Hunger Games, Morgan Freeman, King David. How do they even know that? I mean, I guess you reverse engineered it from the Bible to figure out that King David was an ENFJ. But, you know, personality tests are so popular. I started to ask the question, what personality traits do you need to win on YouTube? Have you ever thought that? Do I have what it takes? Am I even wired to win on YouTube? You know, what are really the stages of YouTube success? The progression of maturing through our personality to really win on YouTube? And is it possible to actually even change our personality, develop the necessary skills, and step into YouTube success? Well, in this episode, I think it is possible. And I want you to listen till the end because I have some new data to share with you that will significantly speed up your results on YouTube. But I really want to talk about these 4 different types of YouTube creators. And my question for you is which one are you and which one are you becoming? But here's the first one. It's uncommitted. The uncommitted YouTube creator. Now, before you get mad, like just listen. This is what the uncommitted YouTube creator is. You're in a stage where you're a dreamer that gets excited about the idea of building a YouTube channel, but you haven't truly committed. Can you relate to that? I mean, I think we probably at one point or another have all been in this place. It depends on different areas of life. Like I think about my dream of having six-pack abs. Maybe it's my wife Sonia's dream, but my dream is to have six-pack abs. I'm 37 now. I've got an almost year-old baby boy, and I am fighting the dad bod. Like, so the six-pack abs, they're just not visible right now. There's a thin, I don't know how many inches thick, kind of tire that is surrounding my midsection as I'm entering into middle age. But the reality is, like, I have a dream of having six-pack abs, but I'm not committed to it. Like, it's an idea, but I haven't really committed to it. The reality is that a lot of us on YouTube kind of stay stuck, and we sort of stay in this season of just being people who don't commit. And sometimes this could be an excuse. You're like, I'm just the type of person. I have a lot of ideas, but I just never really commit. I have a lot of dreams, but I just never really commit. That's a choice, and you don't have to stay there. So listen.
If you're making a to-do list today, make it easy on yourself. Just write down Reese's, then write down eat them, and then you're kind of done for the day.
It's time, your time, not just to go back to school, but to come back and move forward with Purdue Global. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
You cannot conquer what you're not committed to. Commitment is the foundation of all great accomplishments. Commitment is what turns your dreams into reality. So really, we have to make a decision that even if this is your proclivity, I'm just an idea person, but I don't really do a lot with the ideas, that we can change, that we can evolve past this and grow into further stages of greater impact on YouTube. Ken Blanchard said it this way: there's a difference between interest and commitment. When you're interested in doing something, you only do it when it's convenient. But when you're committed to doing something, you accept no excuses, only results. Listen, if you really want to get results, you got to commit and make a decision that I'm not just interested in growing a YouTube channel, I'm committed to growing a YouTube channel. So committed to what, though? I think we have to make a decision that we're committed to posting videos consistently. I think we have to make a decision that we're committed to learning how YouTube works and studying YouTube. We have to make a decision to developing the fundamental skills, persisting when things get hard, and being patient because great things take time. Ken Blanchard, man, when you're committed to something, you accept no excuses, you only accept results, and you keep persevering. But eventually, we go into kind of season 2, and maybe you can relate to being this personality when it comes to YouTube. You're like, Sean, I'm committed, man. I've been posting consistently. I'm watching the Think Media podcast. I'm watching Think Media. I joined Video Ranking Academy. I mean, I'm making steps. I'm taking action. Well, then we kind of hit this second personality type, this second season. And it's the undisciplined YouTube creator. So at this point, now you're getting some results, but you don't invest the time and energy to create momentum. Like, you're doing some things, maybe even getting some views, but maybe you still have some excuses. Like, I just don't have enough time. There's not enough time for me to do YouTube. The truth is, though, of course you don't have enough. Like, nobody has enough time. Did you know time is actually the same for everybody? We all have the same 24 hours in a day. We don't have enough time. We actually have to make time, but that comes with a really uncomfortable swear word, D word, and that's the D word, discipline. Like, we hate that word, right? YouTube probably just censored me for saying it because, like, we don't actually want to get disciplined. and actually take ownership to say, listen, I'm not going to make excuses. I'm actually going to take responsibility for my time. Have you found yourself in this season, like you've made a commitment to really grow your YouTube channel, to maybe your career's been disrupted, maybe your income's been disrupted, and you see the opportunity and you even know that you have it within you. You battle self-doubt, but you do know that this YouTube thing is real, but you haven't really got disciplined. Like, when are you going to get disciplined with your schedule? When are you going to get disciplined with your choices and choosing what to sacrifice? The early days of YouTube especially, you're going to have to sacrifice stuff. You might have to sacrifice some leisure. You might have to sacrifice some Disney Plus. Oh, Sean, don't go there. You've just touched the sacred Mandalorian. Listen, Loki, we have to sometimes sacrifice things on the journey to success. You have to set goals and then commit to making them happen, but discipline becomes the bridge between your goals and accomplishing them. But hey, if we move past discipline, maybe you're like, listen, I'm kind of an uncommitted person, or actually I'm committed, but I'm kind of undisciplined, like I'm so scattered. Eventually, you overcome those first two, and now we enter number 3, which is the unfocused YouTube creator. And by the way, congratulations, because if you've committed, you're like, I'm all in, I'm going all in. And if you're disciplined, you are doing the work, but this is a place where the majority, friend, this is where I see most get stuck. Because you're chasing too many things at once. The unfocused YouTube creator. I've learned this YouTube creator, they might have 100,000 subscribers. They might be generating $5, $10K, $25,000 a month, but they're actually really kind of struggling and stuck and can't break through the plateau because they're unfocused. You know, I remember back to when I had a full-time job working at a church, and I had a vision to be building my YouTube channel, and I wanted to make an impact on YouTube even as a side hustle. I enjoyed my job as well, but I was so unfocused, I was doing too many things at once. And this season, you know, I'm working full-time at a church. During the holidays especially, I'm making these gift ideas videos, and this is cool because I'm building some side income. But on my Sean Cannell channel, I'm talking about like gift ideas for him and her, and gift ideas for photographers, and making money through affiliate marketing on YouTube. During this same time though, I'm writing an ebook, and it's called Get Noticed, and it's all about social media. Now, that might sound like, oh, that seems like a good idea. It seems aligned. No, it wasn't aligned. I'm again, full-time job. I'm making gift ideas videos, but at the same time, I'm now talking about social media, not even YouTube. I'm writing an ebook about every social media platform. In my opinion, you can't actually be that focused if you try to talk about every social media platform. There's way too much detail in all of the different platforms. So I'm writing an ebook, I'm making videos, full-time job. I'm also trying to build my email list and writing an email newsletter to them every week. About what though? Like, they're downloading Get Noticed. I'm kind of trying to talk about YouTube. I'm not even really focused on YouTube because I'm making gift ideas videos. I'm sometimes covering tech on Think Media. And these were the early days where I started interviewing other YouTube creators and entrepreneurs with my friend Benji on her channel, Video Influencers. Friend, I was chasing too many things at once. And if I didn't get focused, I would have stayed stuck in that season. This third season's a big one, man. You might just say, oh, it's just my personality. I just can't focus. You know, squirrel, that's me. Like, no, you got to overcome that if you don't want to stay stuck. Listen, your personality might be your natural proclivity, but with discipline, you can overcome that. And you can say, no, I'm going to choose to get focused. I'm going to choose to say no to some things. Shiny objects, social media, a lack of focus keeps you stuck. Too many projects, too many channels. It's stunning how many times on Heather Torres's YouTube Made Simple show, on the YouTube Podcast YouTube channel, or on my show, the Coffee with Cannell show, that people ask us when we do Q&A, and they say, okay, so I have 3 YouTube channel ideas, because I know you told us to niche down. So what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to post across 3 different YouTube channels. So we go, okay, well, how consistent are you being right now? Well, I'm only getting about 3 videos up, a week on my main channel. But what I'm really thinking about doing is expanding, because I'm multi-passionate. There's just so many things I'm passionate about. Listen, it's hard enough to do one YouTube channel. Why are you trying to do 3? And this is coming out of my experience of doing way too many YouTube channels and being unfocused. Focus is a superpower. People ask, they go, okay, we encourage you someday, build an online course or write an ebook. Turn your knowledge into something that you can sell. One of the best ways to earn money in the creator economy. But we hear people say they haven't created one book. They go, I got 3 ideas for the book I want to write, and I'm writing 3 books right now. Dude, that's unfocused. Like, just write one book and get it all the way to the finish line before you open up, 14 different projects. And I know you might be able to relate to this. And I don't mean to be stepping all over your toes today and all up in your business, but this will help you because you have to make a decision to say, even if your personality proclivity is to be unfocused, you got to get focused. And many successful YouTube creators get stuck here and they can't really continue to scale because they're doing too many things. I want to speak to you if you're not in the starting season. I want to speak to you if you're making multiple 6 figures a year. The key to getting to 7 figures is actually going to be getting focused and not doing more, but it's going to be doing less better. There's a saying in Navy SEALs teams, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. It's this idea that if you want to move faster, slow down. Why? So you don't make mistakes. So people don't get hurt. So there isn't a rush and a haste. There's a proverb, haste makes mistakes. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. They underestimate that in a combat environment, feeling hurried and panicked can mean death. The key to their success is their ability to slow down during stressful situations and act with calm precision. You want to win on YouTube, build your business, build a high 5, 6-figure, 7-figure business? If you want to move faster, you should slow down. Get more focused. Have more calm precision on the things that matter most. So how's your focus doing? Do you find yourself in this season? How's your personal brand doing? Is your personal brand focused or foggy? If somebody was to see you on social media, is it really clear who you are, who you help, what you're about, what you're doing? Is it focused or is it foggy? Are you working on too many projects at once? Do you need to set some things aside so you can accomplish your most important project first and next before you open up the door on other projects? Are you wasting too much time on social media? Here's the influencer dilemma. Because it is easy for you to justify endlessly scrolling on Instagram. You're like, dude, I'm just doing market research. I'm spying on my competitors. No, you're not. You're procrastinating the deep work you need to do for actually building your YouTube channel. Are you wasting too much time on social media, especially if you really want to create disproportionate impact and leverage on YouTube? Social media may be helpful, but it's probably a distraction. And you need to figure out the shortest path to revenue, the shortest path to getting the YouTube algorithm working for you so that you can scale up a team or generate more revenue or create systems or hire a VA to help you with social media. Because if you're trying to chase 2 rabbits, you're going to end up catching neither of them. Focus. Are you doing things that take a lot of your time but deliver literal results? Like when I got into this ebook thing, when I wrote my Get Noticed ebook, I'm spent all this time. It was actually, by the way, that was inspired. It was really actually a curse, not a blessing. Grateful that it happened, I suppose, because you learn. But it was actually inspired externally. Someone said, hey, can you write a chapter for my book? So I spent all this time answering somebody else's request, not focusing on a focused personal vision, ended up writing this thing about social media, ended up then turning that into like a shorter ebook called Get Noticed. It took a lot of time. It took a lot of energy. Then I thought I had to go deeper with it. So I started to build a newsletter around it. Then I had to continue to follow up. Then I thought now I have to cultivate this audience and continue to start this audience about social media. Meanwhile, YouTube is saying, hey, bro, this is your greatest strength. You've been doing videos since 2003. You don't need to be chasing 10 rabbits, AKA 10 social media platforms. How about you focus on YouTube? And I was spending a lot of time, but I wasn't getting very good results. Meanwhile, our motto lately at Think Media, what can we stop doing? What can we say no to? What is really going to move the needle, and what's going to maybe take a lot of time but not deliver a lot of results? If it's not going to deliver a lot of results, we're not going to do it. 80-20 rule, let's focus on where we have disproportionate leverage. But listen, there's a fourth stage. Kind of a fourth personality type. Which one are you, and which one of these can you relate to the most? Being the uncommitted YouTube creator, the undisciplined YouTube creator, the unfocused YouTube creator, or the fourth level, which is the unstoppable YouTube creator. Man, when you get committed and you say, I'm going to go all in, when you get disciplined and you start saying, I'm not going to make excuses for my schedule, I'm not going to say I don't have enough time, I'm going to manage my time, I'm going to set my priorities, I'm going to choose my focus. When you stack all of these up, you become unstoppable. And the goal here is to be developing an unstoppable skill set. The reason you're unstoppable is at this point, you understand how YouTube works, so you know what content to create. You know how to get views consistently, and the YouTube algorithm's working for you. You know how to make money consistently because you've taken the time to set up proven income streams, or to set up a proven business model, or to do the hard work of finishing the book that is really going to move the needle, or the course that is really going to move the needle, or the online challenge that you're going to do 4 times a year, or whatever vehicle that you get disciplined on. And instead of chasing every shiny object and you're like, I'm building a quiz funnel while I'm running a 7-day challenge, and I'm doing 2 new webinars, and I'm writing 3 free ebooks, and I'm writing 2 full-length ebooks, and I'm trying to set up my first live event, and I have 10 hours a week to do this because of my full-time job. You got to get focused. But when you figure out on what's going to make money consistently, and you get those proven paths of revenue going, now you're unstoppable and you can start to scale. The unstoppable skill set is developing self-awareness. It's realizing, like I had to realize, I don't need to be talking about every social media platform. Why did I even write this Get Noticed on Social Media ebook when I should have been writing YouTube Secrets, which came later? Self-awareness of your greatest strengths. Self-awareness of your unique difference in the marketplace. And I know you might even feel insecure, and you might have voices saying, like, I don't know if I have any strengths. You've got strengths, but you got to dig deep to refine them. I don't know if I even have a voice to share. You have a voice, and your message matters, but you got to dig deep and do the work to refine that and lean into your self-awareness. That becomes your unstoppable skill set. You've got to find a proven and a profitable niche that aligns with your strengths, and that might mean that you pivot your plan, pivot your channel, because when you get into the right place on YouTube, align with your passion and your proficiency and your profit, that's an unstoppable place to be. But there's also not just the unstoppable skill set, there's the unstoppable mindset. Your purpose and your conviction with this mindset are stronger than your critics. Come on, because as you continue to succeed, you can get undisciplined and distracted and unfocused because you start listening to the critics more than your own conviction. Your critics and the people that are raising their voices in your comment section are shouting louder at you than your purpose. Come on, your purpose and your conviction need to be stronger than your critics. That's the unstoppable mindset. You have a mission that's bigger than your feelings. Yeah, like when you're in the unstoppable mindset, see, I don't feel like filming today. See, I don't feel like doing the hard work. See, I feel like my back hurts. I feel like I'm dealing with some emotional fatigue. I don't feel good today, but my mission is so strong to help people and solve problems and help them reach their ambitions that I'm able to overcome my feelings and not just sink into uncommitment or being undisciplined. If you have an unstoppable mindset, you've mastered your moods and you've mastered your self-talk. If you have an unstoppable mindset, you believe that everything is figure-outable. Even if it takes me 1 year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, it's figure-outable, and I will until. I don't think this mindset comes from a momentary, this isn't an overnight mindset. But this is what you build into to get yourself out of uncommitment and out of being undisciplined and out of being unfocused so that you enter into being unstoppable. So the question is, are these personality types a curse, or are they an invitation to a choice? Because some would say, You know, Sean, that might be easy for you to say. Genetically, you were born with an unstoppable mindset. Well, number one, I'll tell you that's not true. Number two, that is a vulnerability for you to make that observation, because that is giving away your personal power, choosing to just stay in a disempowered state where nothing is changeable. But what's crazy is it's not even based in real psychology or real science. So I got two stories for you. The first is I was at Dave Ramsey's studio recently. It's like an empire. It's a massive 4-story building. They're building a second building. $300 million cash they paid for the building, of course, because no credit, right? And 1,000 employees at this Dave Ramsey headquarters, Ramsey Solutions. And we got to hang out with the Entree leadership team. So we were learning a little bit about leadership, about how they build their team, about how they make revenue, about the mistakes, the unfocused seasons they were in, the different seasons where they were getting clarity and really figuring out their unstoppable tip of the spear for the impact they want to make building leaders. Of course, Ramsey wants to help people get out of debt, but Entree leadership specifically, where we were having like a 2-hour like deep dive kind of mastermind thing, they were speaking into us all about leadership, and we got into the topic of hiring. The question came up, when you're hiring people, do you have them go through personality tests? And they said, yeah, we do. We have them do the Myers-Briggs. We have them do Enneagram. Everybody does them. Some people even have these little like little things on their desk that let you know when you approach them, you see what their personality type is. Okay, so I know a little bit about their proclivities. And we said, okay, so personality tests are a big deal then, whether or not you're going to hire a person. And they go, no, actually, they don't matter. We go, what? They go, yeah, it actually doesn't matter. What we've learned is actually that just personal maturity and responsibility supersedes no matter what they score on their personality test. We go, what? Yeah, that like personality tests are cute. Like they give you maybe some insights about who you are, but it's actually the person's maturity saying, maybe I'm naturally uncommitted, but I can make a choice to actually become a person of commitment. And so they have risen above whatever they scored on the Enneagram or the Myers-Briggs or the Strength Finder or whatever your favorite personality test is. And what's crazy, second story, is I've been recently reading a book called Personality Isn't Permanent, and actually that the science and real psychology has revealed that in fact your personality is changeable. Of course, you're born with certain traits. And of course, you're born with uniqueness that will stick with you for probably most of your life. But did you know that you can make a choice to rise above the weaknesses in your personality? First of all, personality tests aren't even based on science. They've never been based on science. Did you know that the personality test is a multi-billion-dollar industry? When in doubt, follow the money. You know what I mean? And they keep making new ones because we just love ooh, a new personality test. I'm going to discover things about me. And I want you to, I'm not hating on personality tests. I think they're cool. It's great that King David and I are the same Myers-Briggs, if that's even a thing. But ultimately, they're just an indicator. They don't have to be a dictator of where you stay stuck on your journey on YouTube. Because you might be saying, Sean, I can't be that unstoppable person. You can, because your personality isn't permanent. The book's Benjamin Hardy, and of course that's the author. We always link up resources in the show notes, and I highly recommend it. But listen to what Dr. Catherine Rogers says. I wouldn't trust the Myers-Briggs test to tell me any more about my personality than I would trust my horoscope. Shots fired. Listen, whatever your beliefs or your background is, but again, if you're giving away your personal power to a personality test, it might be your decision to stay stuck. Your score on a personality test did not reveal your true and authentic self. And that's what Ramsey was saying. By the way, this is not some fledgling startup that, has hired one person and started business coaching. They got 1,000 people. They got coaches coaching other businesses, tens of thousands of businesses. And they're like, yeah, we've learned that personality tests are cool as a way of kind of getting to know somebody, but that their maturity supersedes the test by a factor of 100x. The personality test is inconsequential, and no matter what they score, it's going to be based on how that person responds to setbacks, how that person chooses to be self-aware of what their proclivities are, but to make mature decisions, to actually overcome their natural bent. And here's what we've learned as we land the plane on the podcast. that the frameworks that we've experienced from our Video Ranking Academy, the frameworks of our book, YouTube Secrets, the principles, we've learned the principles work. At this point, we have observed in just our company, not even the people we work with and our friends and other peers, just inside of Think Media, that people of all ages, introverts and extroverts, Gen Z and baby boomers, people from every different color, background, and ethnicity, people from every different niche, every different technical skill level, every different proclivity and bent, have succeeded with the principles we teach. We can give examples of every different type of person. Countless students have passed through these levels. So the question for you is, are you going to stay in the excuse of, Sean, well, my personality is I'm just uncommitted? My personality, you know what? I just can't get disciplined. I'm just one of those people. I'm so creative. I always got like 30 projects going. It's just me. You know, I always got, okay. Or you could stop doing 29 of those projects and get a project done. That's more of a choice than it is a curse of your personality.
iPhone 16e has the best battery life for an iPhone this size, so nothing's stopping you from getting the high score, except the stairs, benches, and rails. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
Hold and hydration. Made for every texture and style. Flex, scrunch, freeze. Aussie.
Of your personality. So I want to encourage you to make a decision today. I'm going to get committed. I'm going to get disciplined. I'm going to get focused. And I'm going to build the skill sets necessary to become unstoppable. It's a choice to set a goal. And don't just take my word for it. Read the book, Benjamin Hardy, PhD, New Science, packed with examples of the fact that personality isn't permanent, but purpose is greater than personality. Having a vision is greater than personality. And making a choice is greater than personality. And I want you to know that I believe in you. Here at Think Media, we believe in you. And we want to help you on this journey of building the unstoppable skill sets and mindsets necessary for building a high impact and a high profit YouTube channel and an online business around that changes the world.
Well, did you identify what type of content creator you are? Are you uncommitted or undisciplined or unfocused, or are you unstoppable? When I look at these different stages, I can see my journey through YouTube through these stages. I was undisciplined. I was unfocused. I was uncommitted, but now I feel like I'm in that stage of being unstoppable. You know, when it comes to the journey of YouTube, it's okay to work through these different stages. It's okay if you feel like, man, I'm really in that undisciplined time right now, and I really just need to figure out what I am doing. Maybe you're unfocused and you're like, I need to get my calendar right. Well, here on the Think Media podcast, we have episodes for you on this. So I recommend going back into our library and binging as much of this content as you can. You know, for us here at Think Media, it is so awesome to get to read your comments every single week and to see you sharing this podcast out on social media. Now, if you rate and review the podcast over on Apple iTunes, we can see it, and I can share one with you here on the podcast. And today's comes from Sordies. Sordies says, thankful Think Media exists. Me too, Sordies. I'm thankful Think Media exists. The Think Media team is truly world-class at providing us content creators with as much value as possible. I'm extremely grateful to have found them and look forward to continue growing as a professional as well as an individual. I really love their approach when teaching us different techniques. In VRA, which is Video Ranking Academy, before we even get to the meat of the course, Sean touches on the mindset. At the end of the day, your perception of things and the right mindset is what will help you succeed. To Think Media, this is just as important as providing good content. I love you guys. Thanks so much for a great podcast as well. We're Sourdies. Thank you for leaving such an amazing comment. And I read these every single week. It brings me so much joy to see that this podcast is bringing you value. And I love that you touched on the mindset part. because that's what we want to do here on the podcast. We want to go deeper in the areas of mindset and how you really truly can get success on YouTube. Yeah, it's about the tactics. Yes, it's about the thumbnails. Yes, it's about getting good titles. But really, when it comes down to it, it comes down to the right mindset of being a content creator. Well, this episode is brought to you by our Think Masterclass. Have you taken the free YouTube class yet? If you've not taken it, I highly recommend that after this episode, you schedule some time on your calendar to go to thinkmasterclass.com. That's where you're going to get a 45-minute intense training with Sean Cannell, where he's going to be diving into how to succeed on YouTube, the 3 secrets of YouTube, and what's holding you back, and your next step if you're ready to dive deeper with us here at Think Media. I want to thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for listening to this podcast, and I would love if you would share this with a friend. Maybe you have a YouTube buddy that you are accountable with. Maybe you know someone who should be starting a YouTube channel. Send them this podcast or share one of our other episodes that we have here, and we would love to see that on social media. Thank you so much for your time today, and we'll catch you in the next episode.
Have you tried these Febreze car vent clips? The intensity dial gives you total control. I can turn it up. That smells good. Or turn it down. Nice and light. Enjoy 40 days of freshness your way.
Companies are media companies. They just don't know it yet. So the old days of you making commercials and trying to gain influence and persuade people and making impact on their purchasing and the decisions that they make, it seems to be almost over. So you might as well start to learn how to create content in a way that you can speak directly to your audience.
Welcome back to the Think Media Podcast. I'm so fired up for today's episode where we're going to be talking about how to grow your YouTube channel, YouTube Shorts, and learning from Chris Do. Now, if you're just meeting Chris, he's an Emmy award-winning designer, director, CEO, and chief strategist of Blind, and the founder of The Future. I mean, we're talking over 1.5 million subscribers on YouTube, 12 million views a month on their channel right now, uploading videos daily, but also just a real businessman, a real entrepreneur, a real creative entrepreneur that has wisdom from every stage of the journey, building a company, building social media influence, helping and impacting people, coaching people. And I'm super honored to have Chris on the show today. Chris, how's it going?
It's going great, Sean, and this is a long time coming. I think we've been chasing each other on the table, trying to play tag. The day is finally here.
It is, and I'm super pumped to have you on the podcast today, and grateful for the impact that you're making in the world. What you do is really powerful, and The Future specifically is such a powerful brand, business, YouTube channel. It's a lot more than a YouTube channel. If people are just hearing about that, paint the picture of what you guys do on YouTube, but maybe start with like the vision of the company itself and what you guys are up to.
Sure, thanks for teeing that up. Our mission is very clear, which is to teach 1 billion people how to make a living doing what they love. And this is really critical to me because I now identify myself more as a teacher, and the entrepreneurship is just kind of the icing on the cake. I'm really trying to make a difference in the world. I taught at Art Center for 15 years, teaching sequential design, graphic design, motion graphics, and directing. But the problem with that is, as much as I love that experience, it wasn't scalable, and it was very limited to people who could afford to go to this school, to live in Los Angeles, and that meant a very small group of people. So I had this hypothesis: could we teach this same stuff virtually at scale, one to many? And it took a little while to find the rhythm, to kind of understand how you teach online. And I just want to tip my hat to you, watching some of your videos, figuring out like, God, this guy's smooth. He is so smooth on camera, and he delivers so succinctly. I had to learn from that. And once I did, I started to find a rhythm and to build an audience.
Man, so powerful. And I love the vision. Teach 1 billion people how to make a living doing what they love. And one of the vehicles you have chosen is YouTube. Why invest so heavily in YouTube back when you started? And would you recommend people lean heavily into YouTube with all the options out there today? What's the why behind YouTube?
Simple answer is in 2014, I'm a social media neophyte. I don't really understand social media. I have accounts, but I'm not really doing anything with it. And I do what most people do. You post an occasional thing that you eat, something that you do with your family, some cool place you've been to. And so I do what everybody does, and I commit the cardinal sin. And it was when I met my former business partner, Jose Caballé, who said, let's make some content on YouTube to help bring awareness to a course that we were teaching. Nobody knows who we are. Nobody understands the course. They don't even understand the problem. So reluctantly in 2014, at the ripe old age of 42, I say yes. And in doing so, I go on this crazy journey. It transforms my life. It transforms my business. And it realigned what my purpose is. Would I recommend YouTube today to anybody? Absolutely yes. And the reason why is because of the powerful search engine. On most social platforms, the content you create is very ephemeral. It's there and then it's gone. Whereas YouTube, if you create the right kind of content, it can be evergreen. Videos that we created 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago are still being seen today. And every once in a while, we get really lucky. One of them gets rediscovered.
Man, I love that. And that is one of our favorite powerful attributes of YouTube. We believe it's the only platform, or it really is one of the only platforms where your content lives forever if you do it right. Your content is like a fine wine. It gets better with age. And as entrepreneurs, one of the most powerful things to embrace is leverage, right? We want to have a return on investment for our time. So if we can ask ourselves, what could I do today that would actually give me more time tomorrow? YouTube can be one of those powerful platforms that does that. Are you aware of how many videos you have uploaded to the channel so far?
Last count, I think, is around 1,300. So it's quite a few videos.
And what was the growth curve? You started investing, like you said, kind of back in 2014, but was it instant overnight success, or has it been like a snowball growing in momentum?
It's more like a snowflake that takes years to turn into a little snowball. So this path has been long and it's been arduous. But one thing I would love to tell all content creators is do it for the love. Learn to love to play the game, not for the championship trophy. Because if you do it for that reason, when you don't get the results that you're hoping for, you get discouraged and then you kind of drop out. So for me, more than anything, it was a journey on self-discovery about how to find my voice. As an introvert, it was very difficult to step in front of the camera. I was much more comfortable behind the camera. So learning just to do that, even being able to introduce myself and say my name and my title was a challenge at the beginning, but it's well worth it. It took us forever to get to 20,000 subscribers and 40,000, 100,000. But if you keep doing the work, you get better. You ask yourself this one or two questions. What did I do well and what could I do better? And you apply those lessons forward. Don't worry about the view count. Don't worry about the followers or subscribers. That doesn't matter right now. Just try to get better every single day and you'll start to realize the benefits of the compound effect.
Every bottle of McCormick is flavor sealed. For fresh flavor, everyone notices.
Behold, a Boost Mobile Unlimited plan at a price that never goes up.
$25 a month forever. That's a great idea.
I know. I do my best thinking in the shower, so I turn my office into one. Leave it open. Leave it open.
What did I do well? What could I do better? Speaking of that question, looking back now, what are some things that you wish you knew when first starting? This is maybe an invitation to share some of your tips for creating content or just practical YouTube tips that you've learned in the journey. Maybe how you even get videos done or how you optimize videos. If I knew then what I knew now, this is what I would have done differently. What are a few of those tips, Chris?
The first tip would be to try to have the intentionality to make impact on people's lives. Don't go out there to pitch, to sell, to be overly entertaining. It's not a vanity project. Think about your audience, what it is that they need, and how you can help them to bridge a gap. That means you have to be able to identify the audience to understand a challenge that they're having, an obstacle that is preventing them from going to the next level. The next level could be small or it could be big. For us, it was about helping creative people understand different strategies about pricing or how to talk about sales that is an organic way that doesn't feel like you're losing your soul. Once we figure that out, we can then figure out what is the best format to deliver this in. For us, we found great success in doing these whiteboard or flip chart episodes where we can draw and we can diagram, and it gives some visual interest for the audience to follow along. It is very difficult for someone to maintain attention, especially with this ADHD culture that we have, for a very long period of time without something happening in the scene. So talking heads or even beautifully designed keynote presentations are tough to watch. So try to have visual demonstrations, something that you can do with your hands, so that the audience stays intrigued, because you have to keep them if you want to reach them.
Brilliant tips. And man, holding attention is one of the big factors of YouTube, that average view duration, that audience retention, and considering how you can do visuals. Now, it's kind of like asking the expert at design how important design is, but for those that are maybe new to Chris and listening to this just on audio, essentially his superpower, one of is design. They've worked for Nike and big brands and billboards, graphic design. Their thumbnails and the aesthetic of their channel, of course, as they should be, are pretty incredible. Chris, how do you think that comes into social media, but specifically YouTube? Thumbnails, the visuals, aesthetic. What's the importance of that?
I think the visuals are important, but I know I'm betraying my tribe by saying, as a visual designer, as a graphic designer, as a director, actually the writing, the actual content, what you say and what you hear are more important than the way it looks. And I think I've heard you say this before, that high value content beats high value production. I 100% agree with that. So if you have an iPhone, if you have some junky camera, it doesn't matter. Make sure you're thinking through, planning and organizing your content in a way that's going to make the maximum amount of impact on the people who are watching this. It doesn't matter if it's a podcast, a video, or an Instagram carousel. Think about them. Start with really good writing. I find that a lot of times when people create content on YouTube, they don't do the minimal amount of research. Just type in your topic, read a few articles to have an informed opinion, so that you're not just making stuff up and it's not just opinion based. I think that's where a lot of YouTube falls into this trap.
Great advice. Now, I'm so excited to talk about YouTube Shorts. I've been watching, our whole team at Think Media has been watching what you guys are doing at The Future. And we've been blown away, because there's that one short you posted where you're having a conversation about pricing that is just going absolutely viral. It's now your most viewed video on your channel, right? It has 22 million views at the time of recording this. The top 3 videos on your channel, you've been doing YouTube for like 7 years plus, but the top 3 most viewed videos on your channel are YouTube Shorts, and YouTube Shorts has not been around that long. I'm curious, what have you been learning with YouTube Shorts? We could go deep on this one. How heavily are you investing in YouTube Shorts? Maybe take us through the story. Did you just start experimenting and get lucky with that video? Is there some intentionality? What's your hot take on YouTube Shorts?
I want to give credit where credit's due. I was having a conversation with Brian Elliott. He has a YouTube channel called Behind the Brand. And we were just talking and sharing ideas, what's working for us, what's working for him. And I love it when creators come together and share their secrets. And he said, you know, Chris, I'm not taking advantage of this, but you need to get on the Shorts thing. He gave me some rules, some guidelines on what to do. Immediately thereafter, I called my team. I said, guys, we got to get on the Shorts thing, follow these rules, start looking at the content and cut it down. And so like, okay, how often do we need to do this? And I told them, just try to drop 1 a day. They're not that hard to do because they have to be under 1 minute long. And we would post videos, and 2 or 3 weeks into it, the team, we had a call, and like, Chris, do you want us to continue doing this? They're not really taking off. Now, here's the crazy thing. I think from day 1 to day 27 or day 28, the video is just moving along, just like everything else on our channel. It took a little while for the algorithm to figure it out And that video went bananas in 4 days. I think it hit 7 million views in 4 days. I'll tell you a funny story. I was calling one of my friends, talking to him, hey, did you check out this video? I think it's gone kind of viral. It's got like 130,000 views. And he's like, let me look at your channel. He's like, no, there's nothing here. There's one with 300,000 views. I'm like, oh my God, we have 2 hits right now. I go back, I can't find the 130,000 viewed video. It had grown from 130,000 to 350,000 in the 2 hours in which I looked away. And it kept going nuts. I've never had a video go like that before. We're happy when our videos hit 50,000 videos or views in a week or 2 weeks. This is unheard of, and it's just going nuts. And I just keep looking at it, and it's the craziest, coolest thing. That was, for me, my Mr. Beast moment. I wonder, this is how it must feel to be Mr. Beast when you just look at your video go bananas in day one. Yeah, so it took a little while for it to take off.
Man, that's incredible. And I mean, 22 million views already and continuing to grow. But I'm sure listeners now, the question burning in their mind is, what were the rules that, talking with Brian Elliott, that he shared with you, and what are some of the tips you can pass along for making great shorts?
This is going to sound super obvious to anybody who's listening. It's like, Chris is no genius, and I'm not. I just follow people's rules and I just apply. He said, make sure your video is less than a minute long, because sometimes the YouTube machine adds a little overhead to the video. And if it goes 1 frame over 1 minute, it's not going to be considered as a short. So just keep it under. So he's like 59.5 seconds, no problem. That's totally cool. He said also, you have to use the hashtag shorts and then just go at it. And that's all he said. He just do it and do it for some time, because it takes a while for the algorithm to pick it up. So what did we do? So here's some insight. If you go back into your archives and look at your highest performing videos and you look at the retention graph, it usually is a good indicator as to your editing team on what parts to pull out. Whenever you see a spike, someone's rewound it, watch it again, that's a good indication. But like many things, if you just take your hits and you make little hits out of it, there's a good chance that one of them is going to catch like fire. A couple other things I noticed about the videos that have performed really well. Usually it's me saying something a little controversial that goes against conventional wisdom. I'm going to challenge a sacred cow to get people to turn their head. And it's emotional, and people are really angry sometimes at our shorts. They see this, and they're not saying very nice things. The trolls do come out, and it's actually really fun for me to read. So if you can touch a nerve and say something that challenges people's the way that they see the world, there's a good chance they're going to tune into it.
Wow, that's brilliant. We like to talk about having a polarizing point of view, not just to pick a fight for picking a fight's sake, but when it's a true conviction, getting people to stop. I like that you said that. It's like trying to get people to stop the scroll, hang on that video. And you've continued now to post shorts. Do you have a current content schedule or rhythm, or are you trying to, is it set in stone, or at least written down on paper or in Slack or Basecamp or somewhere, that you're posting a couple full-length videos a week? Are you trying to do 7 shorts a week? What's your current rhythm?
The current rhythm is we're going to drop 5 shorts a week. We generally release them at 7 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, Monday through Friday. Every once in a while, I'm experimenting with dropping one on a weekend, because we have a huge catalog of shorts to drop. So I'm just trying to figure out the right cadence. We will drop 2 longer, when I say longer, it's like 5 minutes, 10 minutes long episodes on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 a.m. So when we do that, the shorts get bumped down to 9 a.m. And as far as I can tell, there is no penalty on how many shorts you can drop. So right now we're going all in on the shorts. It's helping our channel to grow in subs, in views, in time watched, and also in revenue. It's very important to us. Let me put this in perspective. When I look at our subscriber graph, prior to using shorts, prior to any of this stuff happening, we're getting on average about 300 to 400 subs a day, which, you know, a couple years ago, I would be kicking and screaming and saying, this is freaking amazing. I'm so happy about this. But when the shorts hit, our subs grew by 1,500%. So we went from 300-400 subs a day to thousands of subs a day. At one point, I think we're hitting 6,000 or 7,000 subs a day and holding that over multiple days. So we're starting to smash past all of our sub goals for the year.
That is absolutely unreal. So you would say, is there any scenario where you would tell a listener to not be at least considering shorts right now? And what would you tell somebody who's on the fence? Like, will it offend my current viewers? It's so different. These don't have thumbnails. They don't need thumbnails. You're a design guy, and I like that you said earlier, kind of like practicality over, the look of things, because it sort of messes up the channel aesthetic on desktop. What would your advice be for people leaning into shorts when there's some hesitation there?
I think, like many things, give something a try and then reserve judgment for 30 or 45 days just to see. Don't let fear be the thing that decides what you're going to do. And ultimately, you have to ask yourself, what matters more to me? To reach more people, to be able to gain an influence and to develop some authority over what it is that I do, or to have the best design, best thumbnail channel that nobody's ever heard of? And if you look at it like that, then you're going to go for the results and the impact versus what it is that you want. At the end of the day, if you love a particular color and a particular typeface, but no one cares about that, then you're just saying, I'm an artist, I'm just going to do it for me. And so, yes, you're right, Sean. The thumbnails don't even get seen on mobile. And so my team was spending hours making thumbnails for shorts. And yeah, it does affect desktop, but people are not really watching shorts on desktop. They're really doing this on mobile. So at that point, I said, I would rather spend the time and energy making better shorts than I would trying to design a thumbnail. Yes, aesthetically, it's all over the place. There's weird faces that I have. I'm like, I don't even care. If it gets watched and it helps people, that's at the end of the day what matters to me.
Now, you mentioned that it also has increased revenue. Where does YouTube Shorts revenue come from? For us, certainly if it's viewed on desktop, there's desktop ads that can play. But on Shorts, are you familiar? And I don't know if I'm updated yet on if video ads play there, or if YouTube Premium members, you get a little bit of that revenue. Are you able to track that revenue?
We are. Because of the length of the short and how ads are working, you don't expect to make a lot of money or for any money at all. So that 22 million viewed video, I think we made a couple $100 on it, not a lot. But what it's doing is it's bringing in a whole new audience that has no idea who we are, and they start to dig into the content. And that's really where we see the increase in revenue. So our CPM for our channel, I think, is around $30 per 1,000 views. And so on a regular month, we can expect to do anywhere between $9,000 to $12,000 in Google AdSense revenue. When the shorts started to hit and our channel started to spike, we got as high as $23,000 for a month. Of course, we can't maintain that, but if we keep at that trajectory, we're basically doubling our revenue.
Wow, there you go. So I think you just hit a real powerful unlock point there. And it's the kind of entourage effect, the synergy of posting these shorts. You have some long form content. You've also, of course, built out a whole business model. And when it comes to getting awareness, building influence, meeting people you've never met before, and 22 million views, I mean, that kind of speaks for itself. And even the long tail of that, I mean, a 10% result if someone had a breakout video would be like 2.2 million, 1% would be 200,000 views. That's a lot of exposure, and that attention can then lead to the other videos on your channel or the other things that you're doing inside of your business. Now, in a second, I'm actually curious, and you've made a few references in this podcast about your team helping you and your team helping you with thumbnails. I actually want to talk about the team you've built around your YouTube channel in a second. But of course, many people who are listening are like, great, Chris, your team, is helping you. I said, hey, team, let's do some shorts. And of course, that's the reality we're in at Think Media as well, with 18 people on the team now and a couple different content creators. I know you've got different content creators. Personally, though, I started shooting videos in my bedroom. I started editing, wearing all the hats myself. That's my journey, and going through every stage of having a side hustle season where I had other jobs and careers, having the solopreneur season where I'm trying to build the business just by myself. And now we're in the scale season where, of course, there's others on the Think Media team helping. Chris, before we talk about the team aspect, what advice would you give for the solopreneur in terms of getting content done, leaning into YouTube, while maybe, especially in your tribe, having to do the client work, do the freelance work, go in and clock in for their creative director job or whatever it is, and do this stuff on the side? What are some of your tips?
Okay, tip number one is to try to figure out a cadence that works for you. This should not add additional stress for you. And if it does, you have to rethink why you want to do something like this, because that means that you're looking at the reward, and this is now not a labor of love, it's just labor. And if you approach it with that mindset, and if the cadence is killing you, you're going to get stressed out and you're not going to perform your best. So in the very beginning, our release schedule was probably 2 episodes a month, and it wasn't anything that we had to go all in on. You want to just put in the time to practice, to be able to be comfortable on camera. It is a weird thing, Sean. I know you know this, but looking into a piece of glass is the weirdest thing ever. That's not a human. There's no emotion. He doesn't laugh at you. He doesn't lean in. You just speak to something and there's zero feedback, and it makes you feel really dysregulated. It takes some time to be able to overcome the awkwardness of speaking to yourself. In normal circles, people who talk to themselves are considered a little crazy. You have a few screws loose. So just put in that time and don't worry too much about trying to hit any particular metric. So when you're inspired, jot down some ideas. Keep a notebook of ideas so that when you're ready to make those 2 episodes, you kind of have something to draw on, and it's not just a blank slate where you're sitting there asking yourself, what am I going to do today? Here's another tip I would give to you. You got to find something that people really care about. So there's the things you care about, but maybe you're a very unique person and no one actually is looking for that. So it's good for you to start reading and participating in other people's communities. It could be on YouTube. It could be on LinkedIn, Instagram, or Twitter. Find something that stirs people's emotions and see if someone has answered it in a way that's satisfactory. And if they haven't, that's an opportunity for you. Again, you're looking for those gaps in the marketplace, or maybe you have an idea to do it differently, a new and novel way of conveying the same information. Well, that's your opportunity there. So if you have limited time, make sure you spend it towards something that people actually care about and need to know the answer to.
That's amazing. Find that cadence. Heather Torres on the Think Media team says it's your race, your pace. And we don't all have the same extra time in the week. I mean, some of our jobs demand 40, 50, 60 hours, depending on what it is, maybe some overtime, salaried positions that have a lot of very intense seasons, or maybe you can budget more time per week. What's that cadence so that you can experiment with YouTube Shorts, so that you can stay consistent with 1 upload a week or whatever it is? But of course, the goal and what we would recommend is that you start to figure out how to generate revenue from your side hustle so it can become your main hustle. And then eventually that you don't do this alone. Maybe eventually you get help with video editing. You maybe get a personal assistant or somebody that could take other things off your calendar, off your to-do list, so that you can focus on what you do best and scale your content. The future is uploading over this last month a video a day when you add all the videos together. So that's an intense schedule. And Chris, I'm curious, how do you have the team set up around your YouTube channel now? What roles and how many people are working on the channel? And if you could, maybe walk us through the seasons, because there's maybe today, but what was maybe that initial team when things started to, kind of the 1.0 version? I mean, you guys are at scale, or you're 0 to 100 now, like you're a video a day, the quality of the content, obviously the results you're getting. When I checked, around 12 million views in the last month, which is just crazy results. So talk about the seasons of team and what specific roles you've put in place.
Sure. I forget exactly how many people work for us right now. Maybe there's like 15 people or 14. I don't know. But the content team is actually a lot thinner than it seems, because there's a whole nother side to our company where we're authoring courses and doing marketing. So I think right now we have 3 full-time editors / producers who work on the channel itself. and we're running 2 YouTube channels. There's yet another YouTube channel that we're running. And between the 3 editors, they're editing content that mostly I've recorded, or perhaps Ben Burns or Greg Gunn, who might record an episode or 2. They're more sporadic creators where I'm the consistent person pumping out the content. And so that's the team that's dedicated towards our YouTube channel effort. So it's about 3 or 4 people. Now, did we always have this? Of course not. It began with just mostly me and Jose. This is like our, what we'll call the year 1, or a rookie season. And it was just us writing the content ourselves, doing the keynote. At this point, I have a production company that makes commercials, so I'm just using the equipment and the team that we already have. So I'm borrowing from Peter to pay Paul kind of thing. So it didn't cost us anything really extra, but we use the space and the cameras and equipment. And so that's how we're able to subsidize the launch of the future. Many of you guys may be in a similar position where you're a professional videographer, or maybe you're a sound recorder, something like that. So you're going to borrow some of the tools you already have, so you're not building this up from scratch and making a huge financial investment up front. And as we continue to become successful, we started out bringing on a volunteer, somebody who really didn't have a lot of skills and wanted to learn how to create content, how to shoot, how to edit. They're passionate. The first guy we had, his major was in finance. And so then he wanted to become a cinematographer. And so he looked at like, hey, this is a great exchange in value. I'll give you my labor. I need to learn. I need to up my game. And so we began with some volunteers, quickly moved them into paying positions, and the team starts to grow. The first person you probably want to hire or to bring on your team is someone to do the editing. Editing can take a really long time, and it takes a person to understand your tone, your style, and what's important in the content, not just technically, here's how you make an edit.
Yeah, and what you said at that last part was gold. You said it takes a person that understands your style, your tone, and the nuance of editing. It's maybe not enough to just be able to edit a video. We call them shredders if they can sometimes help be a shooter, an editor, and a producer. I'm curious, out of the 3 helping now, if you were to give them one of your workshops or lectures, it's 60 minutes long, you're teaching on a whiteboard, without any direction, would they pull out the best 5 minutes here, the best 12 minutes there, and think about the hook, the angle, the title? Or is there a synergy where there is somebody that's kind of speaking into that and then they're executing on the edits? That is a real art form. And so I'm just kind of curious about, do you coach and mentor in that? Is somebody overseeing, and are you pointing people to parts, or are they pulling those parts out on their own and doing every step in the YouTube process?
They're doing most of the heavy lifting. Today, I basically tell them I'm interested in doing this kind of thing. They'll ask me a few questions, and based on what I tell them, they'll know how to set it up, what cameras, where to put them, what's moving, what's operating, what's static. And they pretty much know what to do. So the minute I walk onto the set, and we have an office space, so there's multiple sets that we use, they're like, does this look good to you? And they know I'll be wearing a cap, and they want to make sure the reflections aren't going to be a problem. So they figured out most of that. I might arrive on set and make 1 or 2 small adjustments, but then we just get going. And so they'll shoot and everything is good. One person's live cutting, usually we're live streaming, and they'll use that and export the EDL and then make the longer form, like better looking cut based on that EDL. So we're trying to do as much work up front and being smart about how we do things when possible. And what they'll do is they'll cut the video together. There's an internal review process using Frame.io, and the editors will look at it, they'll comment. They now at this point know exactly what it is that I'm looking for and how I want to do things. So I have very little involvement. Then it gets uploaded to the channel, and this is the first time I'll see it. I will figure out what the actual title is. They'll do their best to try to come up with the title, fill in all the descriptions and the links and all that kind of stuff. That's all done automatically. And then what I do is I design the thumbnail, I tweak the title, make sure it's something that people can find, and then I figure out when it's going to be released. Now, the shorts are all automated. They figured out the cadence. They know exactly which episodes to drop. I may make a tweak to the schedule here and there, but other than that, it goes on autopilot.
Man, a couple questions out of there. One, you do the title and the thumbnail more or less. That's essentially the big idea. That's the hook. That's the kind of marketing angle. That's the get attention angle. Is there a reason why? I mean, we understand the value of that. Do you maintain kind of creative control there because it's an art form, because of the level of study you've done, and is that, yeah, what's kind of your vision behind being that final piece, and how important is that title and thumbnail that you take that stage?
I think the title and thumbnail is everything. If you don't title it properly, the world's best video is not going to be seen. And what I do is I'm a very much a data-driven person. So when a video drops and it's not hitting the numbers that I think it should be hitting, I look into the numbers. What is it called? Not the retention. It's called impression click-through rate, and that's really important. So when that's not working, I think something wrong with the thumbnail, something wrong with the title, and I'm making adjustments in real time. I also think that as the person who reads and responds to every comment on all our social channels, me, I have a pretty good sense of what our audience is looking for. I understand their pain points and challenges. Sometimes the team can get lost in titling that they assume someone is already smart enough to know what the problem is, so they're searching for this very specific solution. So my general tip to everybody that's trying to figure out what title to call their videos, use really basic language like a fifth grader. Dumb it down a little bit, because people who don't know the answer don't know the terminology. So make it simple, make it intuitive, and make sure you're checking this against what people are searching for to make sure that this is really what they're looking for.
Amazing advice. Secondly, to that, what you just shared a moment back around the process of even the shorts being published, I'm curious, that 23 million viewed short now is titled "Why Charging by the Hour Doesn't Make Sense." And I'm curious, was that picked out by your team? And was it just a moment that maybe was going to be solid? Did you expect it to go viral, if you will? I guess what I'm asking is, did you architect that moment being turned into a short, or was it just one of many and that one happened to pop off?
I don't remember, because the process is so fluid, Sean. I'm going to just assume my team came up with that title. Usually what I do is I read the titles and I think to myself, if I'm an average person looking for a solution, is this what I would be typing in? And every once in a while, they get a little too tricky with the titling, and they'll just change it. Because it's phrased in a way that I don't think anybody would type in to Google. I think you guys did a video on your channel about autofilling and just typing in things and seeing what people are typing in. And it's not always the language that you think it is. And I had a feeling that this video was going to do well because of a couple of things. It was cut down from already our most popular video, our most widely viewed video. So there's a good chance if we don't screw it up, it's going to be seen again. But I think the way this video was created was one of my editors grabbed some clips and dropped it on TikTok. And seeing how that performed, a different editor grabbed those same clips and brought them together, glued them back together to make a minute-long thing. So there's a lot of testing going on here behind the scenes. It's done more of it on an intuitive level. Take your popular video, drop it somewhere else. It's working. Take those videos back, glue them together, and repurpose it. And there's a good chance it's going to be a hit. You know how people like bacon? And they like certain things like truffle oil. It's like, if you know people like this, you put it in your sandwich, they're going to like it. It's kind of like that.
That's some Think Media Podcast gold. What's the most popular video on your channel? That's already proven. Can you cut some clips out of it and use for shorts, and even test those somewhere else on TikTok or Reels, and then potentially turn them into a YouTube Shorts? That's an action item, Think Media Podcast, and I think that that's something definitely that has proven to work for Chris, and I'm excited to even share this very episode with our team, because we have not quite done that yet. We have a lot of quote unquote hits. And so to narrow some of those down and to chop some of those up, amazing advice, Chris, really appreciate it. Well, in a second, I'm excited to talk about some of your general advice for this next decade in the creative economy, for your encouragement and warning and the mistakes people make as creative business owners. But one of the things I love about you is your commitment to always level up your learning. We believe that lifelong leaders are lifelong learners, and you read a lot of books. In fact, you wrote a book, Pocket Full of Dew, and dough, I should say, Pocket Full of Dough. And people can get that. We'll put that in the show notes as well. You can tell us a little bit about that. But I'm curious, what books do you recommend for creatives and entrepreneurs that would help them specifically with online marketing and YouTube growth specifically?
Okay. I would recommend a couple of marketing books because we're in the marketing space. I think you can't go wrong by picking up a Seth Godin book. I loved This Is Marketing and Permission Marketing and All Marketers Are Liars. Those are 3 really good books. You don't need to read all of them, but those are pretty good. A lot of people like Alan Bibb's book, The One-Page Marketing Plan, because it puts together a step-by-step process, and people like that. Some people like Donald Miller's book, Story Brand. And any books around storytelling or branding. Right now I'm finishing up Kendra Hall's book, Stories That Stick. Wonderful book about how to tell stories, and she's an amazing, gifted storyteller, and it's very practical and pragmatic. 2 other books I'm going to recommend, and this is based on my belief that good writing trumps good design. So you need to learn to write better. But it's not about writing a novel. It's just about learning how to write punchier and more succinctly and to communicate more clearly. Neville Medora's book, this book will teach you how to write better. Excellent resource. You can read that book probably in an hour and a half. It's very thin, very few words, and it's awesome. I'm also reading Joseph Sugarman's book on copywriting and the copywriters, the guide to copywriting or something like that. Those are excellent books too. If we study the people whose livelihood depends on getting people to pay attention, namely people in advertising and copywriting, there's a lot of lessons you can learn, including how to title your episodes.
Man, I knew you were going to bring the fire with some recommendations there, and we will summarize that, Think Media Podcast listeners, in the not just the show notes, but we'll make like a kit.co of that as well, because it's a question we get a lot. And tell us a little bit about your book. I actually just ordered it, and I saw it looks beautiful. Not only is there, of course, you bring the design aspect to things, but tell us a little bit about it and how that could help those listening.
Yeah, the book is actually just our fans, our audience saying, this would be great if you can just put your ideas into a book. And mostly it was just from tweets. But tweets, as you know, are pretty short. And so I was struggling with this. And I started to collect together, and this is just me using data, my highest performing tweets. And that was the foundation of the book. And the book is broken up into different chapters about pricing, about communication, about mindset, about negotiations. I forget now what all the chapters are. And I started to write. Now, being a designer, I felt a little insecure about my ability to write. So each page is paired with a beautiful graphic that was designed by my designer to kind of marry the idea conceptually, visually, and then it's paired with just one page. I look at it like this. If you're looking for really bite-sized pieces of information without a lot of fat on the bone, that's my book. My complaint about how many authors write is they have a central thesis and then they just tell that over and over and over again. I'm relatively smart. I get the idea. I don't really want to read 55 stories that say the same thing, but it seems like a lot of books are written this way. So I wanted to take the opposite approach. There's a bunch of different ideas that are organized in a very specific way, and it very much comes from my philosophy, and it gathers together all the different things that I've read and have influenced me in one single volume.
Man, I can't wait to crack into it myself. It's in the mail for me right now. And I would highly recommend Think Media Podcast, checking it out. You know, one of my filters for who I like to learn from is those with proven results, with proven experience, with depth of wisdom. We believe that wisdom's the principal thing. And so with Chris's experience in film, in design, with working with huge brands, with getting punched in the face as an entrepreneur, with all the ups and downs, definitely worth your while and super inspiring. It kind of reminds me of I love the book by Paul Arden's books. Like that are a little bit, they're refreshing because they sort of bring some big ideas off the page. Any other books top of mind? This is a personal question. What are your top 5 books personally about any topic that have really transformed your life, Chris? You might not know that off the top of your head, but you can give me as many, 3 to 5.
Okay, I can do it actually because I made a list and the list keeps getting edited because I read a new book. I'm like, I got to bump one book off the list. So number 1, Jim Rohn's book, 7 Strategies for Wealth and Happiness. I think that's an incredible book. Number 2, I just finished reading this book and I think it knocks somebody else off the list there. The One Thing by Gary Keller. The One Thing by Gary Keller. Book number 3, I would probably recommend somebody read The Brand Flip by Marty Neumeier. I think it's an excellent book. Book number 4, The Win Without Pitching Manifesto by Blair Enns. Excellent book, reframes your whole thinking about price and how you position yourself in the marketplace. The 5th book is The Coaching Habit by Michael Bungay Stanier. It's a poorly titled book because I'm not looking to be a coach, but what's in it is a framework of 6 or 7 questions that I think are beautiful, and he explains the importance of why questions matter because they empower people, and you can be seen as a greater authority, as more helpful, as being more generous if you just learn how to ask better questions.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
And you can be seen as a greater authority, as more helpful, as being more generous if you just learn how to ask better questions.
Whew. And I still need to crack into it, but I got The Coaching Habit when I heard you talk about it on Clubhouse. And so I'll tell you what I'm doing after this podcast, Chris, is I'm heading to Amazon and I'm buying every book you recommended. It's a new decade, and as we land the plane today, especially because you have your pulse on creativity, you consult big brands on what's happening with demographics and psychographics and how to stand out in the marketplace. And as an expert in the context of this podcast, you are incredibly effective on social media and YouTube. What do you foresee for the future of social media and YouTube over the next decade?
Wow. Okay, that's powerful. So we're seeing a trend move towards influencers and micro-influencers being the gateway to audiences and demographics. And I think big brands are already seeing this because we're starting to see more money move into this space. And I've said this before, but I don't think everybody's hearing what I'm saying on this part. All companies are media companies. They just don't know it yet. So the old days of you making commercials and trying to gain influence and persuade people and making impact on their purchasing and the decisions that they make, it seems to be almost over. So you might as well start to learn how to create content in a way that you can speak directly to your audience. And we really believe in this. This is a biased opinion, I'm just going to throw this out there, that if you want to sell to more people, you have to learn how to be a better educator. You have to teach people about your products or services. If you're a nonprofit, you need to teach them about the impact that you're making in the world, the difference that you're creating, and I think that's what really matters. So everyone that is a company, whether you're a service or product-based company, you need to learn how to tell better stories. You need to understand how these platforms work and create content natively on each platform. You don't need to dominate all of them, just a handful. Find a home base and then build out from your home base.
Wow. And as we maybe pivot that question, so powerful as far as your insight is for the creative business owner. Many people listening maybe are just getting started in the early days, maybe just getting, like we were once, where we're like, I hope this works. One day at a time. Like I'm in a garage right now, bootstrapping this whole thing together. For the journey ahead in this, and we really believe this next decade is going to be the best decade in the creator economy, as you mentioned, influencers, micro-influencers. The world is wide open to lean into that, but it's not going to be without work and without challenge. What encouragement, warnings, or advice would you give creative business owners for the journey ahead?
Wow, I can give them a lot of different advice. Can you help me to narrow that question down a little bit, Sean? So
Let's go warnings. What kind of warnings that maybe you've had to overcome that caused you to lose profit, lose time, get distracted? What are maybe some pitfalls people could fall into that could hurt their growth, specifically of trying to build their influence on social media?
Wonderful. Thank you for clarifying that, narrowing it down for me. My biggest warning for anybody who's creating content, whether you're a multi-billion-dollar corporation or a mom and pop with a grocery store or a restaurant or something like that, which is don't try to take any of these shortcuts. They will hurt you. Don't try any of these growth hacking bot things where you're trying to grow really, really fast in a way that's not organic and real. And there are many people who will take your money and do these things and give you the results that you ask for. But later on, you're going to realize that these people were either bought or paid for, and they're not really there for you. The best kind of audience begins with a true and authentic relationship with your audience, your community. You show up for them, they will show up for you. If you do this consistently over time, they get a sense of who you are, your personality, but it builds trust, which is the key to your brand. Trust is everything. And so it's hard to earn and it's easy to lose. So don't be in a rush to get to your results. Just show up, do the work, hire a few smart people to coach and teach you, and just follow the plan. And everything will work out if you stay in the game long enough.
The Chris Do, man, such valuable wisdom. Listen, people need to follow you and connect with what you're doing, especially on Instagram, The Future, your personal account. I swear on The Future, I think I click save on every post because you make these carousels that are so rich in value, your personal Instagram as well. Shout out some accounts and anything that we can connect with in the Think Media podcast community to follow you and continue to learn from you.
Thank you. You can find me on most social platforms. I'm at the Chris Do, and Do is spelled D-O. I'm on Instagram. I'm on LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, of course, everywhere else. And the company, the media company that I run is called The Future, and The Future is spelled without an E. It's F-U-T-U-R. So if you search for The Future, also on social media, especially on YouTube, you'll find us there as well.
Brilliant, Chris. Well, I appreciate you so much. Thanks for taking time today to pour into us, and we will talk soon.
Thanks, Sean.
Are you ready to start or grow your YouTube channel? Do you feel stuck and need help connecting the dots? Join this free web class where you'll learn the step-by-step playbook for YouTube success. We've helped thousands of purpose-driven entrepreneurs just like you grow their influence with video. Register today for this exclusive training at thinkmasterclass.com.
So knowing that subscribers is a nice thing to have, but realizing that if that's your only motivator, like you're gonna come up short. You gotta have a bigger why. You gotta realize I'm here because I have a message, I have a mission, I have a greater purpose with what I want to accomplish.
So you may be trying to grow your YouTube channel this year, and your goal might be to actually get to 100,000 subscribers. My name is Heather Torres, and I am the host of the Think Media podcast. And today I'm so excited because I have my friend and fellow VRA member, Justin Oh man, I was gonna say co, and
You
it's
corrected
coup.
yourself. No, you got it right.
Hey, we're keeping it in there. And VRA member Justin Koo with me on the podcast today. We're gonna be breaking down his 7 tips from going from 0 to over 100,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. But Justin, for the audience who's just getting to know you, tell us a little bit about who you are and what your channel is about.
Sure. My name is Justin Koo. I'm a husband and a new father. And on my channel, I host explicit conversations on belief and the stories that shape them. And so, in essence, my show is kind of an across-the-aisle type of show where I oftentimes expose myself to people with a different life story, a different set of beliefs, and really for the purpose not of debate, but to understand and to empathize and to build relationships. The show is called I'm Listening, and a good chunk of the show, I'm just sitting there listening to what they have to say.
I also love listening to your content. I'm listening as you are going into these deep conversations and really just hitting different taboos and things like that. So appreciate the work that you're doing. But this has been a journey, right? It's not like you just came on YouTube yesterday and got to over 100,000 subscribers. So talk to me a little bit about the journey. How did you start? And then we're going to dig into your 7 tips.
Yeah, so it must have been 5 or 6 years ago I started YouTube. I was teaching at a school, at a Bible college actually, and one of the students who came through shared his story of faith, which was because of a YouTube video that he had this life-changing moment. And it was kind of in that moment I'm like, oh my goodness, like video is powerful. It has the potential to reach people, not on a surface level. It's not just about cat videos or social experiments, but like it can change a person's life in a significant way. And I thought, that's brilliant. I want to try and be a part of that. I remember Googling for YouTube courses, and I stumbled across the beta VRA. Like, this was before it was polished. I don't even think you guys were in Kajabi at the time. It was just like things were falling apart. The roof was leaking. All these is like literally one of the emails. I'm like, hey guys, can you guys go and click all the buttons and tell us if something's broken? And I did that, and they're like, yeah, that one's broken and that one's broken.
Yes.
But I found you guys and found a community, and this was kind of me diving in head first. And as they say, the rest is history. I think 10 months later, I ended up quitting my job as a faith move, not because I was making millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
But I was like, I'm so convinced that this matters, and I want to be a part of this. And so I launched in head first, and
saber qué es lo que fui. No me levanto de la cama. Por las noches la policía sigue mis sueños.
I'm looking for the train station. It's 2 blocks up and then you turn right. No, I don't think so. Hold on a second.
Right away. We're into it. So that's a yes for Saturday or a no?
I will be there.
All right, I'll play. Glad to have you back. Love you.
Dance, all in a trance, all over around the world. 'Cause I want to. One time for the girls that's marching forward. 2 times for the boys that's walking forward. 3 times for the ones who what they want to. Each time when I'm undo what I want to. All of the things I want, no need to have. my soul on fire for. All the things I want, I'm willing to die for. I'm so nonchalant too. We global from LA to Paris, Sao Paulo. Eu faço o que eu quero, eu sou muito louco. Todo mundo inteiro, São Paulo. You're perfect. Now work it. You're perfect. All around the world. You're perfect. Now work it. You're perfect. All around. All around the you're perfect. Now work it. You're perfect. All around un elixir a mis heridas. Un elixir a mis heridas. Stay all night, stay alone. That's all that's a little longer. Put off your door. Don't see why you can't stay a little longer.
We've been doing it full time ever since.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we're going to dive into the 7 tips, but 100,000 subscribers is such this YouTube milestone, right? I mean, it's cool. Like you do get cool plaques, and it is a recognition.
I got
piece.
mine, I think last year, maybe the year before, something like that.
But man, there's such a journey along that way. So I want to dive into these 7 tips. And number 1 was actually that 100,000 subscribers doesn't matter.
Yeah, and you might have clicked on the video because I want to get to 100,000 subscribers. And I remember what that was like. I remember having goals and wanting to hit these milestones. And that's cool. If it helps motivate you, helps get you out of bed, helps you to hit record every once in a while, good. Use that fuel, use that energy. But at the end of the day, one of the things that I'm more convinced now than ever is that these are just vanity numbers. And they don't really accomplish much. It might have been true that, 10 years ago, the old YouTube subscribers mattered because whenever you would create a video, it would be sent to all of your subscribers. But now that's just not the case. You don't need subscribers to be able to reach people. And in fact, there's oftentimes channels that have less subscribers, but have larger reach. And so I think it's just important to be able to have your eye on the right target. Because if you have the wrong aim, even if you're successful, you're still missing. And so knowing that subscribers is a nice thing to have, but realizing that if that's your only motivator, you're gonna come up short. You gotta have a bigger why. You gotta realize I'm here because I have a message, I have a mission, I have a greater purpose with what I want to accomplish.
I want to jump up and down right now. That makes me so excited. And not for a braggadocious way, but we hit 1 million subscribers. And the next day we got up and we
It was the
did
same
the same
day.
day.
It's the
Like, it
exact
was the
same
same.
thing.
It's almost like when you have a big milestone birthday.
100%.
And that's how I love to help people understand it. It's like, man, if you hit, maybe you turn 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 and you think something's going to happen and you wake up the next day and got to do the same routine and the whole thing.
Well, I remember getting my silver play button in the mail, and I'm like, I've been working for this day for so many years, and it was a really cool moment. I called one of my buddies. I was like, hey, would you mind helping get a bunch of photos for Instagram? And like, there was this moment where I indulged my vanity. I indulged the hard work and all of that. I took the photo. And now it's under my bed. Like, it's in the box. It's not even on my wall. It's like this thing that just like I use sometimes as a makeshift tripod. Like, it doesn't matter as much as I thought it would matter.
Yeah, because you said it, it's building something bigger beyond just YouTube. And that's what we want you to know here on the Think Media podcast. Why I want to have these conversations is because, yes, I get it. Like, I want to get as many play buttons as I can because it means I'm reaching people.
Right.
And even today, in our calls that we have as a team, we do customer success every single call because there's so many success stories that are big and small, right? It's not just about the numbers. Yeah. And we had a customer success story today of a woman who started her YouTube channel in attraction marketing. I mean, talk about like, let's be like super narrow on what she's doing. She's like 400 subscribers, but she sent us a testimony that said, because I have built a business around what I'm doing and I'm using YouTube to get leads and get clients and get people into my world, she's making $10,000 a month with 400 subscribers. So it's the equivalent of subscribers to income actually isn't a big deal. What matters most to YouTube is minutes matter most. They want people on the platform. They want people diving in, which is why I love the content you're doing now. And I love the content you were doing before, but now it's long form. It's keeping them there. It's people are digging in and it becomes something more than just cat videos, like you said. And number two actually is that consistency matters. So actually getting to these vanity numbers is a good thing, but really what matters is staying consistent. Yeah. Why is that a thing for you and for creators who are just starting and just need to know that while it can be difficult to get a video out every single week for the last 6 years, or whatever that was, it matters.
Yeah, well, consistency matters so much because it's just the only dependable strategy you can rely on. I mean, you think about it in like financial competency, right? Yes, you could win the lottery, and that is a path to success. But like, I don't think you're wise to bet on winning the lottery if you're trying to be financially secure. It happens. It's a real thing. Clearly, it does. But like, it's not repeatable. And in the same way, getting a viral video might actually happen. And I hope it does for you because like that's great. It just accelerates your growth. But the reality is that for most of us, we don't have viral videos.
Right.
And so that's why consistency matters the most. But also it matters because it actually helps teach you how to grow and how to develop. It's like riding a bike. You could read a book on riding a bike and like you can fill your head with all the knowledge, but until you get on a bike and fall down 100 times, you're never going to learn how to ride a bike. And so the advice that I'm giving people is like, you have to be willing to make 100 pieces of content that each get less than 100 views. Like if you're not willing to do that, then you really haven't paid the price that you need to pay in order to be successful in whatever way that you want to be successful.
Hurry into the Nissan Now sales event to save on an award-winning new Nissan, like the all-new Kicks and Murano, J.D. Power's most dependable small and mid-size SUVs, and our best-selling Rogue at the Nissan Now sales event.
It's the Macy's Spring VIP sale. Save now on the brands you love, like new looks from your favorite designers, and beauty essentials at our best prices. The Spring VIP sale, our most exclusive brands at prices you won't want to miss. Ends Sunday.
That you want to be successful.
Yeah, I equate it to, man, it sounds like, oh yeah, okay, Heather, consistency matters. You guys say that all the time, but it does. Yeah. And right now I'm in this huge project. I'm writing a book. It's going to come out next year. And man, when we talk about, what could these book sales be? And this is just an example, but what could these book sales be? We've got this number. Obviously, we're like, yeah, it'd be great to hit that number. But actually, what we're focused on are what are the outputs we can do? What are the things we can commit ourselves to?
Like what kind of outputs are you
thinking of? How many shows can I go on? How many YouTube videos can I make about it? How many Instagram posts can I do? do? What is the output that I'm going to commit myself to be able to even just get that out there? And I think as YouTubers, in any other sense, if you were to go and open a coffee shop, it's not like you're like, well, I think I'm only going to open my doors maybe 3 days a week.
Right.
You want to be open as much as you can. And so the more videos you can do, the more consistent you can be, the more opportunities you have to reach the people you want to reach, and the more you actually define your message. If you make 2 YouTube videos and you're like, no one's watching, and then we watch it and we're like, because you don't have a consistent message.
Right.
Consistency of the messaging is what helps people trust you over time.
No, and this we understand this in every other area of life. The more seed that you sow, the more likely you're going to have a harvest. That's just the way that the world works.
Yeah. So I love that. So you learned subscribers don't matter in that respect. Getting to 100K is great, but there's more beyond 100K. Consistency matters. Next one actually is to focus on going deeper rather than wider. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so in my context, this is something that I've seen happen in kind of the other type of workspace that I work in. I work with a lot of churches, and one of the questions that a lot of churches are thinking about is like, how do we grow our church larger? How do we serve more people? How are we able to spread a message that we believe in, to more people? And that's great. But one pastor gave me advice. He said, instead of looking over the person's shoulder, looking for the next person to walk through the doors, what if you just looked at the person who's in front of you and loved on them and served them well? And it's just this idea of like, listen, if you're always looking for the next person, then there's a certain sense when people show up, they realize like, oh, you weren't actually here for me, you're here for someone else, you're here for a vanity metric, you're here for a number. So if we're able to shift our focus away from focusing on all these other flashy, colorful things, but instead we're focusing on, hey, you're the one person who's watching the video today. How do I interact with you well? How do I actually serve you well? What are the problems and challenges that you're facing? And if I can dive deep into my community, that's a way to build trust. That's a way to make to build influence. And kind of a tandem strategy with this is that as you go deeper in this way, you're by definition creating your niche. You're discovering your niche a little bit more, which as everyone who's watched any of your guys' videos, you know that's the step number one. You have to have a clearly defined niche. Well, going deep is the way that you discover and serve your niche better.
Yeah, and we have seen that over and over and over again, is that when you just try and cast this wide net, man, people just want your help. People want to be in community with you. They want what you have to offer. So when you do keep just looking for the next thing, they feel so undervalued. And it actually goes into the next point, which is number 4. When you go deeper rather than wider, you can actually have options to diversify your income, because people have a problem, and multiple problems usually, where you can then help and serve them. So talk about number 4, which is in building to 100,000, that you should be focused not on the number of that, but on diversifying the income streams into that thing.
Yeah, so one of the things that I thought that I would have as my path to success when it comes to financial success on YouTube was, okay, if I hit 100,000 subscribers, well, that means that I'm going to be doing X number of views every single month, which multiply the ad revenue. Okay, then I can start to see the numbers adding up. Well, clearly we know that that's just not the case for most of our smaller or medium-sized channels. Like, ad revenue is not going to be significant enough. So we learn strategies through VRA, like affiliate links and sponsorships and things like that. And that all works in a lot of niches, but it felt unnatural to my niche. If I'm talking about faith, no one loves the televangelist who passes the collection bucket. And I didn't want to be that person. So it felt like my hands were tied. How do I actually turn this into something sustainable? Well, what I realized is by hitting record 100 times a year or more than 100 times a year is that I was developing a skill. And sometimes that skill was in the process of hey, hosting an interview, hosting a podcast became a skill of mine. So what did it look like to shop out that skill, to say, hey, there's an organization that I value, that I trust, that I want to work with, and I say, hey, I got the skill set. I can deliver you a 50 episode podcast for this amount of money. You do no work. That turned out to be an actual income revenue stream. Or realizing that, hey, the process of filming a video, I learned and developed an art form, a skill set around making videos. So what does that look like to turn that into creating my first 10-part documentary series and selling that as a service? And then for every thumbnail that I'm creating, I'm doing multiple photographs and start to turn that into a revenue stream. And so what I learned was that YouTube was kind of like school. And no one expects to go to school and make money. money. You go to school to learn. And once you develop these skills, then you're able to employ them in the world. And what turns out is like that's actually a way more fun way to do things, because if YouTube died tomorrow and all my money is in ad revenue and sponsorships that are distributed through my YouTube channel that has 100,000 subscribers, but YouTube dies tomorrow, like there goes all my money.
Yeah.
But if I know how I can, because I've faced rejection 100 times, because I've had videos that flopped 100 times, like I know what it's like to go and knock on doors at local businesses and say, hey, I got the skill set. I noticed that you, local dog shop, you don't have a podcast yet. I would love to be able to do that for you. What would it look like? So for me to be able to serve you well, I've done that. And I've been able to turn that into revenue. And so it's actually a really cool way that I can do what I do on YouTube from a purely passion perspective. I do it because I love it, because I believe in it. And the rest of this stuff happens in the background, and it all works out because of the skills that I've learned on YouTube.
Man, we're going to dive deeper. I want to do a bonus episode just for the ministry community or the faith-based community, because we have a lot of people that are in the Think Media community who want to do what you're doing and can't see that path and really want to figure out how to connect those dots. So I want to do a separate episode just on that part of it.
Sure.
But I want to go into number 5, which is don't be afraid to try new things. Maybe walk us through just a little snapshot of the journey of the now Justin Koo channel, but it was that Christian vlogger channel. You even switched whole brandings, the whole thing. So like, don't be afraid to try new things. How do you see that as being helpful to get to that 100,000?
I think it's helpful in a number of reasons, because it helps you discover your voice a little bit more. Trying different formats and different approaches does give you a different lens with which to view how do you want to deliver and serve your community. I think it also helps because it's fresh. It gives your diehard community kind of like a breath of fresh air. If you're always doing the same thing and showing up in the same way, it can get tiring a little bit. So what that looked like in my context when I first started, That Christian Vlogger was the name of the channel. It was me vlogging. And what I found was like, this is a really time intensive. If anyone's ever tried to do daily or just even weekly vlog, you know how much work it is. And I was just dying. And so I started to do like talking head videos, and I realized, oh, I could turn out one a week very easily, and that's super fun. So I did that for a season. And then I started to see that, YouTube had just really like leaned in algorithm-wise to the live content.
Yeah.
So I started doing a daily live stream, and I realized like I'm able to go really deep with like a small percentage of my audience, and that was a fun learning experience. So I've gone from, the vlogging experience to the monologues.
I was seeing comments like it would be so much easier if there was an app that I could just stream into my TV.
The mobile app is the whole point of having this. It's supposed to be on the go. You're supposed to be able to download the videos to your phone.
The app pays for itself, essentially.
I thought these people that have been, with me really deserve an upgraded experience.
Now with Uscreen, I'm wanting to use the app more because of how good it looks and how easy it flows. Notifications happening on all the time because women are providing feedback, asking questions, engaging on the community. It's exciting every time I get to open up my app.
When we launched Edits Plus or Uscreen, right away, it exceeded my expectations.
A tasty take on a soft, bite-sized blondie. New Chips Ahoy Baked Bites.
The monologues to doing live streams. I've probably done at least 100 episodes of each of these styles of content.
Yeah.
And now I'm doing like more the long form podcast style. And so what happens is like I have a well-rounded skill set. So now when TikTok is blowing up, and I just, like, as you know, we've been talking in the car, I just started my TikTok like 2 weeks ago. What took me a whole year to get to 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I thought I was on the fast track. What I've been able to do is I've tried so many different formats that when a new medium shows up, it's very easy to be like, oh, well, I can pivot really fast. And now I'm churning out content really quick. I've hit 10,000 subscribers in 2 weeks.
Yes.
And so it's just, you develop the skill set, you're able to become much more well-rounded, and back to the monetization thing, you're able to sell that skill set in multiple different areas and help many different types of clients.
Yeah, and not being afraid to even switch your entire brand.
Right.
Like, people don't even want to get started, Justin, because they're like, I don't know what my name should be. I'm like, pick a name because you can change it. It's okay. You can develop a second brand. There's so many things you can do. We even did it here on this podcast.
Yeah.
We started it, we molded around for 2 years, and then we were like, we need to just start this thing, because if we don't start it now, we're not going to start it. So we started it. It was called the Think Marketing Show. Now it's just the Think Media Podcast, and now we have all these other shows that we're going to be creating under that umbrella. But it took us doing over 100 episodes, maybe 50 episodes, before we were like, you know what? This isn't actually the direction we want to go. Let's pivot. Let's do these things. Yeah. And it just, when you get to try new things, it doesn't have to be forever. It could be for a season. It could be 3 videos. It could be that maybe you just went live 2 times to just try it. People like fresh and new. And so how can you bring that to your audience to make it fun?
I mean, if you look through my library of content, you'll see probably at least a dozen, like, first episodes of a series that never made it past a first episode. Yeah. And you go to the call to action, like, in my next one, I'm going to be talking about this and this, and it just never happens, because you realize in the process, maybe that's just not what I want to show up as. That's not what I want to give, or maybe it just didn't work. And it's okay to try those things. It's okay to throw a Hail Mary every once in a while and see what happens.
Yeah, and people, listen to me. Please start. Pick a platform, pick a strategy, and just get started, because you're going to change it 100 times throughout the whole thing. But if you don't even just pick something, you won't even start. And so just let it go. Justin said right now, you need to try new things. It's okay. All right, number 6, I'm just looking at my phone here. Number 6 is invest into what you are trying to grow in. And you gave a little bit of the story that, you had jumped into Video Ranking Academy. It's not like you were making millions of dollars when you decided to join Video Ranking Academy. And that's just one part of education. You invested in the gear, and you invested in leveling yourself up with learning other things, learning how to edit, learning, different, learning how to market, learning how to start a business, all of these pieces. But why is it so important that if you're within that 0 to 100,000 subscribers, that you turn internal and put your money in yourself, put your money into what you want to become?
Yeah, for me, one of the things that I valued is trying to understand why. Why is something not working? Why is something working? I think even maybe a scarier place than having little subscribers and little viewers is having a viral success, having 1 million subscribers, and not knowing why. Not knowing what worked, how did this reach people, what are people coming back for, and then you just got this massive amount of anxiety, this imposter syndrome that shows up. So for me, one of the things that I'm wanting to do is whether a video hits or it's a miss, whether it's a success or a failure, I want to learn from it. I want to understand what's going on. And sometimes that happens through like a course like you're talking about. Sometimes it's through the YouTube Secrets book. Sometimes that's through getting personal one-on-one coaching or whatever the case is.
Name all of the things we give. No.
Yeah. Affiliate links in the description below.
Everything's out. Yeah.
But just being able to understand why, if part of what I'm offering as a service is offering creative skills to other people, I need to be able to just say, not only, hey, have I done the work, have I grown a channel, but I can actually understand and give you an intelligent reason as to why things are working. So when I give you advice, it lands better. Like there's a reason behind it. Investing in yourself is so important. If YouTube was to go kaput and now we have this new platform where all the attention is, like if you don't know why you're growing on YouTube, if you don't know the principles behind it, like you're not going to be able to successfully transition. And so investing in yourself more than you're investing in anything else, like that's just the only way to be able to be successful.
Yeah, and for me it was things like buying online courses, buying the books, not even that, going to the library, but it also was going to conferences. It was getting around people, investing, taking the leap of saying like, no, I do want to do this. I want to get around other people that are doing this. And that could be virtually or that could be in person. And I think that was such a huge thing. You came to Grow with Video Live 1, got around people, and you found other people even in the space that you're in that you could just kind of bounce ideas off of and feel like you're a part of that community.
Well, and that was super valuable. In addition to that, one of the other things that I would do is I would find people that are in my niche, but who are states away, and I would prioritize saving money to buy a plane ticket, to fly out there, spend a weekend with people, yes, to do the collaborating, to be able to try and grow each other's channels, but also the conversations around dinner. Those are huge. Like what is working, what is not working, what are we trying to accomplish as a general community? Like those are learning experiences, and prioritizing in that helps you build a network, helps you have other people to rely on, and it makes everything everything better.
So good. We're going to get into the last one, but if you're getting value out of this and you're watching on YouTube right now, hit the subscribe button if you want to hear more conversations like this, and actually let me know so far what's been your biggest aha. And I think really we're going deep into beyond just like get views, get subscribers. This is building something of purpose that matters, that's helping people. And you're so knowledgeable, Justin, in just how you've been able to, not necessarily know the path forward, but just start walking in it and start going in it. So let me know in the comments if you're listening on the podcast right now. I'd love for you right now to take a screenshot, go over to your Instagram, upload that on stories, and tag us both, because I want to know if you're loving this one. And I'll put our what are those called? Handles. I'll put our handles down in the description of both YouTube and over on the podcast. But tag us. Let us know that you're listening. All right. Number 7 is build a team. More creators need to hear this, because your creators that are at the top of the mountain are not doing this alone. And if they are probably on the verge of burnout, or they're doing it paycheck to paycheck. I mean, they're literally on just the brink of not being able to do it. So building a team, especially as you're moving into new seasons of life and moving into creating this business around it, what has that done for you in the 100,000? And did you build a team before 100, or was it after 100?
I want to say
100,000. Sorry.
Right. Yeah. I think I had the team that we have now is a team that's been assembled after 100,000.
Okay.
But the impact of it is dramatic. Whereas I would spend 20 hours a week editing my own content.
Yeah.
Now I spend almost no hours a week. I get to do the part of content creation that I love, that I feel like is uniquely me, and then I get to rely on people who are much better at all the other things than I am. Whether that's the story editing, that's the actual physical editing of it, or I get to depend on the expertise of other people, and that's been tremendous. I think one of the other things that it allows me to do is it actually gives me an in to participate in other creative people's projects.
Yeah.
So one of the biggest objections that I would have had hearing this kind of advice of building a team is like, okay, yeah, if you have money, of course, build a team. But I didn't have money when I was building a team. What I did have is I had other creatives in my niche, in my network, who were also in the starving artist kind of a phase.
Yeah.
And what I could bring to the table, because they say I have a friend who's a writer. He writes a blog, does a fantastic job with writing, but doesn't even own a camera, much less know how to work it and take good photos or videos